Hello and welcome to the EcoCast by ActualTech Media. Today's topic, exploring modern healthcare IT solutions. Thank you so much for joining us on this event. You'll hear from our experts from Rubrik, CrowdStrike, ServiceNow, Pure Storage, NetApp, Progress, Turbonomic, Duo, Mimecast, and Sophos. What an awesome event. If you're in healthcare IT or a related industry, this is the right place for you. I know that healthcare IT organizations have unique challenges, and this is the right place to find solutions. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'm glad to be serving as the moderator. Before we get started, there's just a few things that you should know about the EcoCast. We've got some awesome prizes. I'll be talking about those here in just a moment. As always, we want these events to be educational. And as I said, we want to help you to solve your challenges in the world of healthcare IT. So we encourage your questions there in the questions pane of your audience console. And we'll be doing dedicated Q&A sessions with each of our experts. We even have a best question prize to help encourage your questions. I'll talk more about that in just a moment. I'll also have some poll questions for you during the event. We want this to be a social event, and you can tweet directly from your audience console. And the hashtag for today's event, ATM EcoCast, will be automatically appended. Finally, I want to call your attention to the Handouts tab. It's there that you can find some unique resources hand-selected by each of our expert presenters. So make sure that you check those out. There are trial links, ebooks, solution briefs, white papers, a ton of great resources there in the Handouts tab. The prizes on the EcoCast today are 10 Amazon $500 gift cards. You must be live in attendance to qualify. I will be announcing the winners verbally during the event. As if that wasn't enough, we've got Amazon $50 gift cards for the best question winners, one for each of the Q&A sessions on the event today. So if you have a question on your mind, make sure that you ask it, because that will enter you into the best question prize drawing. Of course, you must meet the ActualTech Media prize policy, and we'll be contacting the best question prize winners via email after the event. To be eligible for the prize drawings, of course, you must be live and present on the event at the time of the drawing. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. Winners have the option to make a donation to selected charities. If you win a prize, we would love to help you make a donation to one of the selected charities if you'd like to help someone perhaps less fortunate than yourself. Over the years, we've donated thousands of dollars to charities on behalf of generous prize winners. The social media hashtag, as I said, for today on Twitter is ATM EcoCast. If you tweet from your console there, that hashtag will be automatically appended. I'll be monitoring Twitter and liking or following anyone out there tweeting with the hashtag. Feel free to follow ActualTech Media and me, David M. Davis, as well over on Twitter. You can subscribe to all the ActualTech Media social channels, YouTube, where we post recordings of all of our events, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes podcast store. Of course, you can follow all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn as well. Before I introduce you to our keynote presenter, I want to remind you, over in the Handouts tab, there is a resource there too, the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can also go to gorilla.guide. And this is where you can download free, easy-to-read enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. It's a great way to stay up to date on enterprise technology. Even on your Kindle or iPad, mobile device, whatever it might be, you can read the latest Gorilla Guide books. Also there in the Handouts tab, there's a link to our Refer an IT Friend page. This is where both you and your IT friend could win an Amazon $300 gift card. Those drawings are held monthly. At the end of the event, you'll be automatically redirected to that page as well. If you enjoy the ActualTech Media event series, we hope that you will consider referring your IT friends and coworkers so that they can join these events. We promise not to spam them. We'll send them an invitation with a list of upcoming events. If they don't respond, we'll reach out one more time and say, hey, don't forget about the ActualTech Media events. And if we don't hear from them after that, we won't bother them again. With our housekeeping information out of the way, it's time to kick off today's event here with our keynote presenter. I'm excited to welcome Brian Posey. He is a 20-time Microsoft MVP with decades of IT experience. He's a best-selling technology author. He's written thousands of articles and contributed to several dozen books on a wide variety of IT topics. Prior to going freelance, Brian was a CIO for a national chain of hospitals and healthcare facilities. So he is the perfect guest speaker for today's Healthcare IT EcoCast. He's also served as a network administrator for some of the country's largest insurance companies and as the lead network engineer for the United States Department of Defense at Fort Knox. In addition to his continued work in IT, Brian has spent the last several years actively training as a commercial science astronaut candidate in preparation to fly on a mission to study polar mesospheric clouds from space. It's awesome to have Brian Posey on the event today. Brian, take it away.
Hi, I'm Brian Posey, a 20-time Microsoft MVP and commercial astronaut candidate. And earlier in my career, I worked as a CIO in the healthcare industry. So today, I want to take a moment and talk about what I consider to be the top 5 issues in healthcare IT. The first issue on my list is HIPAA compliance. Now, I've got to be straight with you. I seriously thought about not including HIPAA compliance on the list just because it's one of those things that we're all so very well familiar with. I mean, if you really stop and think about it, HIPAA compliance has been a thing since 1996. That's 25 years. So HIPAA compliance is one of those things that IT professionals working in the healthcare sector have had to deal with seemingly forever. But that doesn't diminish the importance of complying with HIPAA. And today's world is rapidly changing. The world today barely even resembles the world of only 2 years ago. So we have to think about HIPAA compliance in a new way and rise to the challenges of addressing HIPAA compliance and maintaining our compliance with the HIPAA regulations in this rapidly changing world that we live in. Another issue that's super important to consider from the perspective of healthcare IT is ransomware. Now, ransomware is another one of those things that's been around seemingly forever, but there are a few things that you have to think about with regard to ransomware infections. The first thing is continuity of business. A ransomware infection, even if it ultimately doesn't do any significant damage, can be disruptive because you're put in a position where you have to spend time undoing the damage. Now, when we start talking about ransomware from the perspective of healthcare IT, then we also have to start thinking about data breaches. Because if a healthcare organization suffers a ransomware infection and there's any chance that protected health information was leaked as a result of that infection, then there might be disclosures that have to take place as a result of that. This brings me to another point. Ransomware has steadily evolved over the years. Early on, ransomware was simply designed to encrypt the contents of a local hard disk. Eventually, however, ransomware became more capable. It started doing things like encrypting data residing on network shares and even in some SaaS applications. Some ransomware even goes so far as to target backups so as to limit an organization's ability to recover from a ransomware attack. But from a healthcare perspective, perhaps the one aspect of modern ransomware that's more troubling than anything else is that a lot of ransomware infections are no longer content to simply encrypt data. They also threaten to disclose that data to the public if a ransom is not paid. So consider this from a healthcare perspective where there are penalties associated with data breaches. If you've got a ransomware gang who is threatening to release your electronic protected health information to the world, then you've got a very serious problem. So this is certainly something that has to be considered from a healthcare perspective. Another issue that's hugely important from a healthcare IT perspective is the current work from home situation. Now, a lot of people looking in from the outside assume that healthcare workers are frontline workers who have consistently come into the office throughout the entire pandemic. And when we're talking about the actual practitioners, that's largely true. But in a clinical setting, there are often people working behind the scenes who aren't doing hands-on work with patients. I'm talking about people in roles such as medical billing. And those people very often are working from home. So you have to consider how to give those people the access that they need to the data that they need to work with, but to do so in a way that continues to comply with all of the various HIPAA regulations. Because you never want to be put into a situation in which data is being stored improperly in a way that violates the HIPAA regulations. Remember, the pandemic doesn't do away with HIPAA regulations. Those same regulations that we've always had to deal with are still in effect. So you have to be very, very careful about how remote workers are accessing sensitive data. Another major issue for employees working in healthcare IT is telemedicine. Now, telemedicine is another one of those things that's been around for quite some time, but it really ramped up at the onset of the pandemic because telemedicine made it possible for doctors to see patients without those patients actually having to come into the office. So telemedicine certainly has its place. What we need to be thinking about right now, though, is telemedicine security and how the doctors are actually interfacing with patients. In other words, what device are those doctors using? Are they working from a personal device that is configured in an unsecure manner? Does the device comply with HIPAA regulations? Are telemedicine sessions being recorded? There are any number of things that you have to consider with regard to telemedicine. For example, if those telemedicine sessions are being recorded, are they being transcribed and added to electronic protected health records? So we have to consider not just how telemedicine sessions are being conducted today, but also what those telemedicine sessions might look like in the future as we go forward. Another major consideration that needs to be taken into account by healthcare IT professionals is that of data silos. This is another one of those issues that's existed forever, but is starting to become a little bit more pronounced. The basic idea is that in any clinical setting, there's probably vast amounts of data being generated, but very often that data is siloed. And the reason why this is a problem is because it makes it tough to pull all of that data together to form a single source of the truth. Think about the last time that you visited a doctor. When you checked in for your appointment, you were probably asked to complete a form, and that form probably asked a number of questions, not just about the issue that you were there for, but also about your past medical history. So if you really stop and think about this from an IT perspective, what that means is that patients are being asked to populate their own data as opposed to just being able to pull up past data from a variety of different sources and already have that patient's medical history on hand. So from an IT perspective, we need to think about the issues that data silos cause and how we can work around those issues, but without violating patient privacy laws in the process. So just to quickly recap, my top 5 issues were HIPAA compliance, ransomware protection, work from home, telemedicine, and data silos. I'm Brian Posey. Thanks for listening.
Thanks so much, Brian. Really great presentation. Thanks for sharing your top 5 challenges for IT organizations in the healthcare field with us today. We appreciate your wise advice. So we've got challenges from Brian, and hopefully on the event today, you'll find solutions to those challenges. I've just brought up our first poll question for you out there in the audience, and it says, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing healthcare IT solutions at your company? So, I mean, you've got challenges, and the question really here is kind of what's your time frame for taking some sort of action to solve those challenges? I'll leave this up here for a moment and let everyone respond while we bring in our first presenter on today's EcoCast. And if you haven't responded to these polls before, you just do it right there in the slides window. If you have any trouble with the poll, if you don't see the poll, I'll just push refresh on your web browser, and 99% of the time that will resolve it. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. It's time to kick off the EcoCast now with our first presenter. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Zach Palakia, Senior Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Zach, it's great to have you on.
Thanks, appreciate the intro.
Absolutely, yeah. Take it away. Tell us about Rubrik.
Awesome. So my name is Zach Palakia. I've been a data protection specialist for roughly the last 10 years. Before I started at Rubrik, I kind of worked with every data protection software under the sun. So I've got a lot of expertise in the various legacy solutions out there. And I'm also kind of one of the head security folks at Rubrik. So with that, I'll kind of get started on today's presentation, which is going to be how to take the pain out of backup and recovery, and also solving healthcare's top challenges that we talked about in the last with the last presenter. So, you know, I think we already kind of talked about this a bit with the last presenter, but the disruptive trends we're seeing here at Rubrik in the healthcare space are a lot in line with what we talked about, you know, before, like the telehealth being a huge increase, obviously cybersecurity, remote work. Another one we're starting to see a lot of trends into is the use of AI. So a lot of hospitals are turning to AI to try to do better analytics, help improve patient diagnoses, help even if they're doing kind of studies on pharmaceutical drugs and things like that, being able to correlate data points for different patients is becoming hugely a thing, right, in the space. So with these disruptive trends, we're seeing again a lot of challenges that are born out of those trends. One being data growth. I mentioned the AI, so these create a lot of data that need to be kind of stored somewhere. So that's increasing data volume. Obviously, the amount of patients that are coming in, the amount of procedures, the amount of data the healthcare organizations are trying to draw from that data. It just creates more and more data points all the way around. And with that comes, cost management. How do we store that data? How do we secure that data? What do we do with it? How do we meet our compliance requirements? And obviously, as you've seen in the news, healthcare providers are becoming kind of the number one attack point for these ransomware attackers. And with all these problems, there's still the problem of having a lean IT team, not having enough people to do the job of securing all these things inside of a healthcare organization. And because of that, operation complexity is kind of becoming more and more of a problem. So let's talk about a few of these things. In today's presentation, we'll talk about reducing complexity, which is, how do I get my time back? How do I simplify my cloud journey and security posture? And how to get more out of just backup data, right? How to do more with backup. This is just a quick safe harbor statement. The opinions expressed during this presentation are solely the personal opinions of the individual presenter, might not reflect Rubrik or Rubrik employees. So just, feel free to consult your security specialist and, part of the consulting ecosystem out there. So with that, we'll start with how to reduce complexity. I don't know if a lot of you know this, but 30 to 40% of companies don't actually back up their data. In the world of agile IT, that's probably less likely in healthcare, but in the world of agile IT, it becomes more of an accident than on purpose. With all these different silos that we talked about in the opening, it's creating a situation where different teams may be creating new servers and bringing them online, different shares, different databases, but there's not always a process to configure backups. And even with process, there's always the chance of user error. So, I like to think of this as this new buzzword in IT of zero trust, and then we go ask our customers, what is your process for backing up data? And they respond, hey, we trust our process. Well, in the world of zero trust, you should try to automate as much as possible and then have as many tools in place to validate that you are actually backing up everything that you're supposed to be. I talked in the beginning about the silos. So the AI teams, a lot of organizations have a specific cloud team, a specific compliance team. Those teams aren't always talking together, right? So as they bring new workloads online, relying on one kind of data protection team or data protection resource can become, kind of a bottleneck, right? So we want to figure out how to be more collaborative within the teams. And the best example I can give of this is I always ask customers, hey, are you using cloud today? And without fail, I see a lot of customers that one person at the end of the table says, no, we're not. And then the other person at the table stands up and says, yeah, we're actually using it for this, 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 and this, right? And it's kind of eye-opening with all these silos inside of an organization, all the visibility issues that come out of it. So with that, let's talk about a traditional approach first. What do a lot of legacy solutions out there do that Rubrik doesn't? So if you started out with giving a backup administrator different RPOs, so recover point objectives, RTOs, archive policies, and retention requirements, and you give those to 3 different backup admins or even 3 different backup software, each one of those people or backup software would have their own logic, best practice, and tribal knowledge that they use to configure backup jobs, and then schedules to figure out when those jobs are going to run, blackout times, exclusions, archive policies, and maybe kind of garbage collection and resource reclamation periods. Now the problem becomes with this approach of using schedules, I can't kick off, let's say, 1,000 or 2,000 backups all at the same time because it's going to flood my network. It's going to eat up a lot of the storage, underlying storage and compute resources, and I'm going to get all my end users complaining about slowness and latency, right? So the traditional approach has been, hey, well, let's break it up and set up different schedules, and we'll do that by creating more backup jobs and more backup jobs. So a VMware environment, for example, may have an 8 p.m. backup job, a 10 p.m. backup job, and a midnight backup job to prevent anybody from impacting production. A lot of times, too, you see organizations only back up once a day because of the impact it has, and because it's a very manual process to avoid it. And then if you move forward and you talk about other workloads, usually you need another job for things like SQL or Oracle or NAS. And this creates, again, a lot of different jobs, a lot of different policies, and someone that's not familiar with backup and doesn't have all that tribal knowledge does not know where to put new workloads, where they might need to, add those to 3 different or 4 different policies. This creates even more confusion when you look at how do I actually figure out if I'm being compliant. So how do I get my time back? With Rubrik, you simply provide your RPOs, RTOs, archive and retention, and no matter who you give that information to, they'll come up with a Rubrik SLA. And you can see on the screen here an example of an SLA. What's really unique about Rubrik is we're doing load balancing for you. So we're using things like VMware APIs. We're looking at the network utilization. We're using VMware APIs to see what your storage I/O is, what the latency is, what your NAS latency is. And we're automatically slowing down your backups based on the impact to production so that your end users won't complain about slowness and latency. This allows you to back up multiple times a day with a little complexity in one policy, which with 1 or 2 policies, it makes automating your backups very easy because they're only going to 1 or 2 policies. It also makes having multiple users be able to learn the product a lot easier as well. So if you look here, again, I mentioned RPOs. If I want to back up every 4 hours, I just say, hey, I want to back up every 4 hours. It'll also have a section for how often do you want to do your dailies. Do you want to do it every day or every 7 days? Do I want to do monthlies or weeklies, quarterlies or yearlies? And then on the right side here, how long do I want to retain each of those? You'll also see a snapshot window. So if I wanted to say, hey, don't run backups at this time, I could do that. But 90% of Rubrik customers are not using that because, again, that do no harm architecture where we're not overloading your production systems has customers backing up more times per day. More times per day is less data loss for you, right, in the event you actually have to recover. So you're talking about hours instead of days or multiple days. And then from that policy, you also would set up your retention for DR strategy. How many days am I going to put over in DR? And then if I want to archive for long-term retention, I can do that in here as well, all as part of one policy. I'll get more in archiving in just a bit as well. As mentioned earlier, the different workload types often create new policies with the legacy solutions. With Rubrik, you could put all these different workload types in a single SLA, even cloud workloads in a single SLA. So again, keeping that simplicity, making it easy to manage, all done with Rubrik AI to configure everything just the way you need it. And with that, we'll talk about compliance. So, I had a customer I talked to every quarter. He spent 2 weeks combing through emails from their backup vendor and putting them into an Excel spreadsheet to create a compliance report that they sent to compliance officers. That seems a lot of time wasted, and a lot of time that they could use back to do bigger and better things. So with Rubrik, you can see here we have a report that says that reports the daily activities, which you'd see kind of as normal, and then an SLA compliance report. What this does is says, hey, if I have an object, even if I'm backing it up, 3 or 4 times a day, if it's meeting compliance, mark that object as compliant, and then any objects that have missed something based on the RPO I set for it, tell me that those objects are out of compliance, and let me dig into those. And I can also schedule this report, have it sent to my compliance officers, at any type of interval. So whether it be daily, weekly, monthly, I could have multiple different ones. But it makes the job of the IT team very easy and saves them a huge amount of time, which they can use for other things. And with Rubrik, we're API first. So anything you can do in the Rubrik UI, you can automate too. So we have an integration with Splunk. We can collect any type of user behavior analytics. We can collect a number of different things on that. We have a ServiceNow catalog where you can actually pretty much manage anything that you wanted to do in the Rubrik UI just through ServiceNow. So we've heard from a lot of people, hey, this is all great. I'd love to be able to use a backup provider, especially people like DBAs, but I might not log into that backup software for 6 months. I might not know how to recover or do whatever it is I need to do. And this is where you can just give them a ServiceNow catalog that's customized for them and say, hey, here are the 3 things that you'd ever do in here. You just fill in the blanks and execute, and it would do whatever you want Rubrik to do. And then lastly, as we see a lot of EMRs utilize things like Ansible and other automation tools. You can create custom scripts to do a number of different things as well. More and more, we're seeing healthcare turn to the cloud and start to adopt it. It's still kind of slow moving, but we're seeing it more and more. I've actually seen Epic on Azure, which is pretty interesting. Some trial runs on that. So how do we simplify our cloud journey? The first step is with Rubrik. Instead of saving 7 years of data on-prem, on storage, that can be costly just for compliance reasons, why not keep 30 days or 60 days or 90 days? Just the data that you're really going to recover from in the event of a DR event or a ransomware event. And everything for long-term compliance, we can use the elasticity of the cloud that continues the drop in price, and just use that to store kind of long-term compliance data. From there, we have cloud migration tool we call Cloud On, and that tool allows us to take some of the data that we've pushed up to the cloud and convert it into from a VMware VM or Azure or Hyper-V VM into an Azure VHD or AWS EC2 instance, and bring that workload up in the cloud either as a DR strategy or a migration tool itself if I wanted to start trying to move workloads up in the cloud. And then if you're in that process of moving to the cloud or using Rubrik to do so, we also have cloud native protection. It gives us the ability to natively snapshot workloads in the cloud, both AWS, GCP, Azure. And the unique thing about this too is, we're seeing that most organizations are using a multi-cloud strategy or multiple regions for security reasons to kind of do that micro-segmentation approach. So if that one area is attacked, they're still kind of protected and siloed off in others. That creates a lot of complexity with reporting as well. So we see with this single dashboard and single reporting tool, it makes it a lot easier to figure out what your compliance is in the cloud. So with that, let's talk about how do I improve my security posture without adding complexity. The first are a set of table stakes that we think are kind of required in the industry when you're evaluating a backup product. And those are audit and compliance reporting. So you want to be able to see what every user is doing inside the backup software, every change they make, if they're changing retentions, if they're changing schedules or anything of that nature. You want to be able to log all that, especially restores, right? Are they restoring sensitive information, CEO emails or board of director board meeting minutes or something like that. As with anything today, encryption end-to-end is a must. And then SAML integration, or like SSO for Active Directory and LDAP integration. with layered on top MFA or TOTP. But what we're finding is a lot of MFA providers for multi-factor authentication don't support local accounts. And so it leaves you at risk where an attacker could compromise local credentials, log into a system, and do malicious things that way. So with Rubrik, we provide TOTP at no extra cost. You simply download Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator from on your phone, and you can use that for both local accounts and, if you don't have an MFA provider, also your AD accounts at no extra charge. And then with anything, you want robust access controls where you can minimize where people back up, where they restore, what they have visibility to, that kind of least privilege model. So then we take the approach of how do we raise the bar to this? At Rubrik, we say we're security first and security forward. We're the only native out-of-the-box immutable system in the market. If you look at how any other vendor does it, they typically have multi-steps for services, things you have to do to turn on. We're just out of the box, ready to go, secure. We also take that approach with MFA and TOTP, where we now say, hey, as soon as you log on the box for the first time, you're required to set these things up to make sure that there are no holes in your security posture. With that, we obviously take a zero trust design. With the immutable file system, that's append only. Even if you could get to the file system, which requires multiple levels of authentication, using kind of that zero trust design, it's still an append only file system. So we actually create patch files to track changes, and we don't actually have like delete or modify commands. We also have retention lock SLA, which is FINRA worm compliant, that allows us to, even if you get past TOTP or MFA, it will prevent any admins from being able to make any changes within the platform. And then we take the approach of hardening the platform as well, where supply chain attacks are becoming more and more common, hacking update packages and things like that, putting payloads in that. So any non-Rubrik signed service are automatically going to kill on the box if it appears at any point in time. And I'd be remiss to not mention, immutable backups are a must against proper ransomware defense. If you look at the Conti ransomware attacks, CONTI, you'll find many articles about how they're attacking different systems today. So what else are we doing here at Rubrik? We need to be able to detect and recover data with encryption data from a ransomware perspective. So we do a few different things. The first is increasing recovery time. So we actually see that in a recent POC, we were able to recover 700 VMs in 1 hour and 37 minutes and vMotion them, which, that's basically replication speed at that point. It's pretty quick. The immutability we've talked about already, and then bringing you impact visibility. So we're seeing more and more, like other solutions out there saying they have anomaly detection, but the anomaly detection is pretty much useless. It's useless. If you're detecting anomalies at kind of a base rate, like let's say 3% change rate across your whole environment, well, what about the VMs that are running databases that have higher change rate? Are you constantly going to be getting false positives about, if you have an anomaly, is it actually a ransomware attack? And this is where Rubrik takes it a step further and detects encryption. So unless you can detect encryption and pair that with anomaly, then you're, again, going to get a ton of false positives. Not only that, but Rubrik can take this a step further and say, hey, we're going to also give you the ability in the UI to automate your recoveries, make them extremely quick, and just kind of give you, we're able to correlate the encrypted files with the original files so that you can quickly remediate those, which also leads to a faster restore. So what more can I get out of my backup? Risk management's a huge problem. I heard that from the presenter before me, talking about HIPAA compliance. Why not use the backup data to get more information out of this? So both the encryption, anomaly detection, and our ability to find HIPAA, PII, GDPR data works off the backup storage. So there's no agents that need to be deployed anywhere in your environment. We do it all off the backup data. all on the Rubrik storage too. So again, no impact to production, which is a huge challenge that organizations find today. And then in addition to that, because we have an incremental forever approach to our backup, we also are only ever need to scan the incremental changes, which makes our ability to finish those scans really quickly a real possibility. So we're seeing, like with a lot of customers, within 15 minutes, we have this data available to them throughout the day. So if you're going to evaluate a backup protection vendor, these are kind of the three core pillars that I think make Rubrik stand out. The air-gapped immutable approach with MFA and TOTP and retention lock, the ability to not only detect anomalies, but encryption and automate the recovery. We even have workflows where we can fail over an entire VM into DR, all based on when the encryption started. It also tells you when the encryption started, so you'll automatically know what your clean recovery point is. And then third is, hey, out of that encrypted data that Rubrik found, how much of it had sensitive data in it, right? Do we have to be worried? Do we have to tell our patients that their data may have been compromised? Do we have to pay a second ransom where they're threatening to leak data, right? And then obviously, from a proactive perspective, it allows you to harden your risk posture. I actually had a healthcare organization who found a Epic export that one of the dev teams were using on a server, and it was a couple thousand patient records that they didn't know was out in their environment, where they had other tools on other systems. These particular servers weren't being protected. So this is kind of your safety net where you can auto-protect the data and then automatically add security tools on top that don't require any deployment or agent. And then we also find, healthcare organizations struggling with NAS. So, we've got a great solution that can move 11 billion objects in a couple hours, sort of scan, move that data to the cloud if you wanted to, and then maintain billions of object indexes for scanning and archiving and other things. So with that, this is why we think data protection should do more, should provide you with cyber resiliency, cloud mobility, automation, and data governance. Some key takeaways, some white papers you can grab, how to effectively create a ransomware remediation strategy, how to achieve faster recovery times. You can request a personal demo, attend a camp Rubrik, and so on. And with that, that's my presentation. Don't back up, go forward. Thanks for the time, guys.
Great presentation, Zach. We have some questions for you from the audience, and while we take those questions, I'll just bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Rubrik? And obviously, there's a lot of interest here. We got a lot of great questions coming in. If you have a question for Zach about Rubrik, now's the time to get it in. Zach, I guess I'll just go ahead and start with this one. Tim is asking, when Rubrik does incremental forever, does it use change block tracking or change block technology, he said?
So you have the option to use that or not. So in VMware, we're going to use it automatically. For SQL and other workloads and NAS, depending on, for NAS, it depends on what NAS array you're using. So we support, Isilon and NetApp and a few others. And you can use change block checking on that to reduce your scan times. For SQL, we have it available, but that needs to be turned on. So yes.
Got it. Okay. And then another question here, Chris is asking, how is the immutable copy sized? Is it a 1-to-1 ratio? How does that work? Is the immutable data separate, or is the data itself immutable?
No, so because we use incremental forever approach and we do not use immutable snapshots, we don't really need to size for it like a traditional solution would. We purpose-built the file system for this, and because of that, we just kind of do it differently, so we don't really have to size for it.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Let's see here. Another question, they say, If I have security tools to protect my network and data, why use Rubrik?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we find is, having all the security tools in place that would make you comfortable can sometimes be very expensive. So we find that a lot of organizations either pay for 20%, 30%, 50% of their environment. And it turns into the situation where, what about the rest of it? It's kind of the unknown unknowns, right? So we see a lot of customers use us for that safety net of, hey, let me collect everything and let me move all my sensitive data, make sure all my sensitive data is on the servers with those extra tools. So we see that in particular. And also, again, because we orchestrate the recovery as well, if you got a list of 100,000 files and had to restore them by yourself, like that's very challenging. So having a UI that just kind of orchestrates that all for you is a huge time saver.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see, here's another question. They're asking about the Rubrik Live Mount. How does that work?
So we can live mount SQL, Oracle, VM, and we basically present Rubrik storage back to whatever we need to over SMB and NFS. And that allows us to recover very quickly, usually under a minute, regardless of whether of the size of the workloads, where like maybe a SQL database that's 10 terabytes may take you a couple hours to recover. With Rubrik, you could orchestrate that recovery in almost under a minute. Same thing with VMs and Oracle as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Amazing rapid recovery there. Well, Zach, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session here, but there's a lot of more maybe technical questions for you we didn't have time to get to in the queue. A great presentation. Thank you for being on.
Thanks for the time, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Zach. And for more information on Rubrik, everyone, I encourage you to check out the Handouts tab there in your audience console. That'll take you to Rubrik.com. You can learn about the Rubrik ransomware recovery warranty, as well as get any other questions answered. If you haven't answered the poll yet, I encourage you to do that now because we're about to move on to our next presenter. But first, I want to announce our first of the 10 Amazon $500 gift card prizes. This one is going out to Jordan Katz from Arizona. Congratulations, Jordan Katz from Arizona. And with that, it's now time for our next presenter on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce you to Jerry Matt, Healthcare Falcon Identity Protection Specialist at CrowdStrike. Jerry, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. How's it going?
Going great. Thanks for being on.
Good.
Take it away.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Let me go to the next slide here. So my name is Jerry Matt. I'm Identity Protection Specialist covering healthcare. What's really nice about my role is I get to see lots of different healthcare organizations and how they're looking at identity. So what I want to focus on today is our identity protection. And what we're trying to focus on is the 80% problem. So if we look at Forrester, Verizon, any other third parties, what we're finding is 80% of data breaches, one way or another, involves compromised credentials or privileged credentials, either lost, stolen. There's a whole underground from the dark web that you can get credentials as well that can be utilized. So CrowdStrike, knowing that they have the endpoint and all the telemetry coming out of the endpoint from an EDR perspective and a prevent perspective, decided to invest in identity piece because it is a different lens and a different view into how breaches occur. So if we look at modern day attacks, in general, what we're seeing from ransomware, printer nightmare is harvesting credentials, basically enumerating the domains, domain admin credentials, exfiltrating data. So we wanted to focus, since the adversary's focus is on identity, in order to prevent ransomware attacks, print nightmare, SolarWinds, that type of stuff, we need to look at identity as well. And as you can see, Recon Active Directory, harvesting credentials, enumerating and domain admin. When I take all that information, all that marketing data, push it down, this is what they're attempting to do. So if we are going to defend against the modern day attack, we need to look at it from multiple lenses, not only the code execution piece that happens at the endpoint, but we need to look at it from the identity perspective. And if you look at a normal attack chain, initial access all the way down to an impact, which could include monetization, ransomware, et cetera, what we find is the endpoint protection and EDR markets can cover the initial access up to privilege escalation. But they have issues with visibility into that area, including credential access and lateral movement. And if it's a two-part problem, not only need to also protect against the code execution piece, there's the identity piece that threat actors are continuing to try to get access to identity and then go ahead and do executions based on that. A lot of times what we're seeing is they look like your normal users because they're able to gain access through credentials. And so we need to start getting visibility into that and protecting against that. So if we look at identity protection, what we're trying to do is cover the privilege escalation piece all the way down to lateral movement. And with the combination of these two lenses together, the telemetry coming out of the endpoints from an EDR perspective as well as the identity perspective, we believe we can better help protect organizations, give visibility and full protection. When we look at the reasons why, typically what we're seeing is identity environments can be complex. You've got a lot of different pieces and components. You've got Active Directory, Azure AD, ADFS, any of the single sign-on vendors. You've also got IaaS vendors such as Ping and Okta. So these environments can, because there's different technologies within this, can be complex to manage and look at. And then on top of that, complexity of Active Directory itself, many years of potentially bad processes, especially when I look in healthcare. You know, a lot of the AD environments, they've been around for a long time. So sins of the past continue to move forward. You have, for example, nursing. They come in maybe into IT for a little bit of time and they go back out and some of those rights aren't necessarily taken away, or the hygiene around Active Directory. And then finally, if we look at it, it's easy to target. So we look at attacks like golden ticket, pass the hash, Kerber roasting. Those attacks have been around for a while. And if you look at it, if you look at those attacks within your environment, they're typically early warning signs of an adversary trying to get into the environment. So if identity is the objective, and threat actors are looking for broad access, execution, and then monetization, visibility and forcing control on users, services, and privileged accounts is critical to defending your organization. And this is how identity protection, or this is why identity protection is an important piece to your overall stack. If we look at the picture of what we're trying to do, we start with Falcon Cloud, so purely cloud-based system for deployment and management. And we go ahead and provision the identity protection module within the Falcon Cloud. So Falcon Cloud also includes EPP and EDR and some of the other services like discovery. We're just a piece and component within the CrowdStrike infrastructure. And then what we end up doing is installing what's called an identity protection DC sensor. This sensor sits on domain controllers only. That's what we're looking at authentication that includes NTLM, Kerberos, LDAP, and LDAP-S. And that allows us not only to see the authentications, we're looking real-time authentication too, by the way, it's not log-based. So, because we're able to look at the real-time information and real-time authentications, we're also be able to feed that information up into our cloud to start building baselines for users, as well as looking and crawling across the Active Directory, looking for privileged accounts and service accounts and any attack paths to those accounts. From there, we go ahead and do API integrations with identity as a service vendors or MFA providers. We do not do MFA ourselves. We want to utilize your existing MFA providers to be able to multi-factor users as they start moving through the environment. And on top of that, we can go ahead and do API streaming for a SIM connector if you wanted the events to come into a SIM, as well as email alerts. So for example, if someone escalates privilege, that's something you probably want to get email alert on, or you can do it through the SIM as well and do alerts through there. Now, if I look at use cases on why organizations are looking at identity protection, the first thing is just visibility. You get visibility into privileged and service accounts and how and where they're being used. One of the very difficult things, it seems, in healthcare is understanding what your service accounts are doing and getting visibility into that. And what we find is that there's, even if they have a privileged access management system such as a PAM, they're still afraid to change passwords or rotate passwords for those service accounts because they're afraid of what impact it might have, whether it's on clinical care or whether it's just breaking normal business apps. So the ability for us, since we're sitting on domain controller, we're monitoring all those authentications and we're logging that information, we can now give you visibility into what service accounts are doing, as well as identifying privileged accounts and their and any of the attack paths to privileged accounts. Second thing is we can identify accounts with compromised passwords. This is important because if a password is taken or a password hash is taken offline, it could easily be cracked. So we're going to compare the Active Directory hashes against Have I Been Pwned database and give you a list of your users and privileged users that may have compromised passwords that have been in a known breach. Second thing is we have the ability to identify stale accounts. So any account that hasn't logged in within 90 days, if we look at some of the stuff that happened with Colonial, that was the reason why it was a stale account. So we can actually add policy behind that as well. We have a full policy engine that we can multi-factor stale accounts as well. Then on top of that, we're going to assess risk on individual users and service accounts. So every user and every service account is going to have a risk score. That score can obviously change on a daily basis and just allow you to see who are your risky users, who are your risky privileged accounts, as well as who are your risky service accounts, and be able to look at that attack surface and potentially reduce that if necessary. Finally, ability to assess and analyze user behavior so we can build a baseline or what we feel is normal. That usually takes 30 days to be able to build, and then another trailing 90 days we will look at it. And that is important as we look for lateral movement within the environment. If you have a typical user, they're doing their normal stuff. If something goes outside of the ordinary, if it's a stolen credential, we're able to detect that and be able to put some policy around that or at least alert on that piece. The other, we're going to reduce attack surface. So that's the other use cases that we see. A lot of organizations, when I ask them, can you detect golden ticket past the hash or Kerberos roasting, Bloodhound, can you detect any of those attacks? Typically they say no. So we want to give them visibility into that so we can identify attacks against that. And for example, if someone's trying to do a DC sync for whatever reason and it's not a DC, that is a problem, right? Or trying to pull an LDAP query of all your administrator users. That's information that we can take in, and usually it's an early warning sign the attacker or a pen tester is in the environment. We see a lot of pen tests happen where in order for them to move laterally or escalate privilege, they use these type of attacks. And then we're able to identify attack paths from regular to privileged accounts. So this is important because we call them stealthy admins. They might not have administrative access through groups, but maybe they can, for example, if I'm a normal user and I have access to change the password of the domain admin, nothing in the Active Directory shows that I have that. I can go ahead and change that password. I might as well be a domain admin. So we definitely look at what are the attack paths from regular to privileged accounts, and we want to reduce that as well. And then on top of that, we are going to look at the ability to add friction where necessary. So one of the biggest use cases that we see in healthcare, especially when it deals with cyber insurance requirements, is the ability to enforce MFA for privileged accounts when they're accessing domain controllers or other critical servers. So since we are sitting directly on the domain controller, we're monitoring those authentications. We can actually hold that authentication with our DC sensor and do an API call to, for example, Duo, Okta, or Ping, and be able to multi-factor RDP sessions, we'll say, to critical servers. And that's important because as we talk even zero trust, right, it's not trust and verify, it's verify. So we're going to go ahead and allow that to occur with the solution as well. And it doesn't necessarily have to be privileged accounts. We can do that across the board for any account because the rules and the policy engines behind the way identity protection works is we can do users, groups, and destination events. On top of that, we can prevent the misuse of compromised credentials. So if a credential is compromised and we have multi-factor involved, we can go ahead and multi-factor users if they're falling outside of the norm. Enforce multi-factor based on risk or behavior. So if they have a risky user, you can go ahead and multi-factor that as well. And one day they might not be risky. The next day they gain privilege. Maybe they have a compromised password and their password policy is low. So we can go ahead and say, based on that risk, we want to multi-factor you if you're going to something critical. And then finally, we can lock down service accounts and vendor accounts, specific systems. So one of the things that's interesting about this solution, I call it identity-based segmentation, is the ability to say, you know what, if there's a service account and you can't change the password for it, say, well, let's at least limit the areas that it can connect into. So we can actually create policies that say, you know what, this vendor account can access these 3 specific servers, and if it goes outside of that, go ahead and block that authentication. The other thing we can do is service accounts also should not be interactive login. So RDPing, say, to different systems, we can go ahead and say, hey, if it's an interactive login and it's a service account, go ahead and block that authentication. And then finally, another interesting use case is the ability to integrate multi-factor into legacy applications. If it is authenticating through Active Directory, we have the ability to intercept that and be able to produce multi-factor into that. One, for example, was customer was looking at Kronos application and being able to multi-factor it. Kronos doesn't natively support multi-factor, but they authenticate the users through Active Directory. We have the ability to go ahead and multi-factor those connections and provide security for that specific application. So in general, CrowdStrike's here to stop breaches. And one of the ways that adversaries are using to get into networks is the ability to utilize known bad or stolen and compromised credentials to get into your environment. And once they do that, they can spread laterally and try to basically gain access through your credential stores all the way down to some sort of impact. Our goal is to monitor that not only at the endpoint, but also give the identity lens into what's going on in the environment and be able to help look at user activity as a way to potentially prevent breaches. And that's all I have.
Great presentation. We do have some questions for you here from the audience. While we do that, Jerry, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about CrowdStrike? And so we got a lot of good questions coming in here from the audience. I'm going to go ahead and just start with this one while we kind of look through the many questions that have come in. This person's asking, what's the best path to success when implementing Falcon Identity Protection?
Yeah, so one of the first things to do is to understand your privileged accounts. That's kind of your first path, right? Understanding who your privileged users are and eliminate any of those that don't need that privilege. The second thing is multi-factoring your privileged accounts. That's a way to prevent lateral movement if a credential is compromised, especially a privileged credential. And then the third thing is to actually monitor for attacks against Active Directory, such as golden ticket, pass the hash. Those are pretty easy to do from this platform. So if you can do those 3 things, your path to success and reducing risk in your environment it happens very quickly.
Excellent. Let's see. What about licensing? There's a couple questions here around the licensing model for Falcon Identity Protection. How does that work?
So we license by account. So we look into both user and service accounts, and we'll license those. So we don't license anything that's older than 90 days or disabled accounts. We do not license those. But per domain, we license by account.
Got it. By account. Okay. That's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then another question around healthcare. Why is it so hard to manage and track service accounts, in your opinion, in healthcare specifically?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a lot of times when we look at service accounts in healthcare, apps have been around for a very, very long time. So those service accounts were created many, many years ago. And what happens is with that process, a lot of times, A, it's hard to go back and fix, or B, they don't even know how the app works a lot of times, so they don't want to touch it. They don't want to break anything. And I think the key to it, even if you just don't want to necessarily change the password of a service account, but the ability to actually go back and look and see what that service account is doing from an authentication perspective, and then provide insights back to potential application analysts to say, hey, this is what we think your application's doing. Can you verify this with the vendor, or can you verify it? Just gives you visibility that a lot of organizations don't have. And because of that, just that alone, the visibility into the service accounts alone is a lot where our customers look at purchasing identity protection just for getting that visibility.
Absolutely. And then another question here, they're asking, does this solution allow the whitelisting of IP addresses?
Absolutely. So what we can do is we can do exclude. So we can say no one's allowed to say RDP to a domain controller, except if they're coming from here. So you can do excludes or includes. The policy engine behind it is very flexible, and we utilize our Active Directory groups, OUs, and as well as user and servers. So it's very flexible.
Excellent. Nice. Hey, this is an interesting question from Kale, who wants to know what's the fallback for MFA if, say, the internet connection is out or connectivity is lost? Is there any options around that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's configurable. We can do it. You can do it allow or block, or you can be even more customizable. That you can do a custom that looks at MFA timeouts, or whether the user is enrolled, or whether it's the connectivity to the MFA provider is no longer there. So for this cloud-based app, we can allow or block based on those three parameters as well. We can also, one of the things that you can do is have that break glass account. And one of the cool things with monitoring is that you can now say this break glass account can be used, but we're going to really monitor it with identity protection. One other thing too, regarding the enforcement, because obviously it's cloud-based, the actual enforcement does occur on the domain controller itself. So we push the rules down to the domain controller. So even if you lose connectivity, you won't be able to update policy, but at least the policies that you have in place will be there. So if you have any block rules, or if identity is still up and available, you can still do that.
Nice. I like that. And then another question, what about, Ned is asking, can CrowdStrike Falcon block ransomware and sophisticated attacks in hybrid environments? So does it work in on-premises as well as in the cloud?
Yes, so what we do on that piece, we do not provide conditional access in the cloud itself. Utilizing our vendors, Ping or Okta, we'll use conditional access within that. But what we can do is actually pull that login information and app usage. We can pull that into a centralized area so you can look at not only privileged users when it comes to maybe Azure AD, the privileged users and how they're getting access through that, but we can also do it through login information to verify that, we don't have any geolocation craziness where they're logging in from one area and, 2 time zones away, they're logging in another way. So we're able to pull that login information, but we don't do conditional access based on that, but we can at least pull in all that information and give you a singleized view of identities.
Nice. I like that. Here's a question you might have heard before. Matt's asking, can this help us to prevent ransomware?
Yeah, absolutely. So if we look at ransomware, and we're looking at identities associated with that, typically they'll get an identity and then they'll try to move laterally and they'll try to figure out how to escalate privilege. In order to do a ransomware attack, you need to have access to lots of systems within the environment, and that means you have to have privilege. If you're multi-factoring your privileged accounts, at that point, if a credential is stolen or an attack is taking place where they're using pass the hash or golden ticket, the multi-factor then can come into play that'll prevent that lateral movement.
Nice. And so what's the best way for folks to try out this solution?
Yeah, so one of the really interesting things is we can provision this very quickly because it's cloud. So if we look at a POV of some sort, we just need to provision identity protection in Falcon Cloud, install a DC sensor, at least on one domain controller. That gives us all the information regarding privileged accounts, stale accounts, the AD hygiene piece. And then we can do some host file trickery to be able to do some testing for multi-factor. to verify they hit that specific domain controller. We can install on all your domain controllers as well and do testing through that too. But if you wanted to limit it, we can limit it to one domain controller and then verify multi-factor works as expected through the policies.
Very nice. And so why is it that the solution has been so popular in healthcare environments specifically?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is visibility into service accounts. That's one of the bigger ones. Just being able to see what they're doing and then be able to lock that down. So not only see it and give visibility, but also a way to lock that systems down. So that's one thing in healthcare. Second thing is cyber insurance is driving some of this stuff as well. So if you look at a lot of the questionnaires, they're saying, can you multi-factor your privileged accounts? And that includes on-prem, not just to cloud resources. So this is another interesting way we can help is because of our policy engine and the way it works, we can go ahead and multi-factor on-prem accounts as they're moving through your on-prem app or through the servers themselves.
Very nice. Yeah, it sounds like this could help a lot of healthcare organizations out there. Jerry, I appreciate you taking time to answer so many great questions here from the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for being on the EcoCast today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And thank you to CrowdStrike, of course, for supporting the event today. Check out the Handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a resource entitled Simplifying the Zero Trust Journey for Healthcare Organizations. And thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. I'll leave it up here for another moment while I announce our next prize winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This going to Rakesh Arroy from Maryland. Congratulations. We'll reach out to deliver that prize. And with that, it's now time for our next presenter on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Vishaka Sant, Global Head of Healthcare Providers at ServiceNow. Vishaka, are you there?
I am here. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Take it away. Great to have you.
Great. So thanks, everybody, for taking time to listen today about what we are doing at ServiceNow as it relates to healthcare and life sciences. We recently introduced a new product in market last month, Healthcare and Life Sciences Service Management. As mentioned, my name is Vishaka Sant. I'm the Global Head of Healthcare Providers at ServiceNow. I come from the industry. A little bit of background on me is I spent 11 years with Kaiser Permanente, previous to that with Baylor Scott & White and Texas Health Resources, and was brought to ServiceNow to really focus on where should ServiceNow focus in the healthcare market as we are making investments into this vertical in healthcare and life sciences. And so really working with the industry folks and the expertise to really understand how do we position ourselves, where do we make the most impact, how do we differentiate and complement the electronic health records as well. And so some of the statements we're going to be making are, forward-looking statements. So it's just more, some of it is more present, and then we don't necessarily intend to just forward-looking statements. So I'll start with behind every great experience is a great workflow. So this is Bill McDermott. He's our CEO. I want to level set on just directionally where our company is headed. And although and even myself, I've been user of ServiceNow, mainly in the IT products, the ITSM, ITOM, and that's typically what our customers have considered for us. But it's equally important to think of us as a platform. And as we think about the platform and I'm going to be introducing today, it's really about this notion of the digital health platform. And so, every great experience, there's a great workflow that's behind it. And when we talk about workflows, simplistically, I like to think about it from the standpoint of there's a requester who needs something, needs information, needs an asset, and then there's a fulfiller, the person who actually gets to the point of actually completing that request. And if you take that model in terms of what a workflow is, that's what we're going to be talking about from the healthcare lens today. So here we've look at, what are some of the disruptive forces that are driving digital transformation. The way that ServiceNow looks at it is, growing impact of consumerization. Everyone needs a choice. It's convenient, accessible. The business models are changing, so you're seeing a lot of different ecosystem entrants with a lot of tech companies also providing healthcare services into the space. You're seeing a lot of monolithic IT systems, right? We don't intend to rip and replace. It's really to complement and augment and to really understand how do we take the best of legacy systems, marry it with information that we can provide through the platform, through integrations and interoperability, and provide new value so that we can stay and our customers and you all can stay competitive as we try to compete with some of the new products and people that are entering into this healthcare industry. And then the expectation is that, there's interoperability and security. Systems will talk to each other via common language, and that there's going to be security associated with all of it. So here, as we think about the business imperatives that are transforming, there's a need for new operational efficiencies and an increase to offset some of the shortages that we are all experiencing in terms of resources in healthcare. Providing new, products and services so that we can increase our margins and try to operate more lean and so that we can have greater revenue impact. And then last but not least, as the whole industry and even from a regulatory framework, it's shifting from a fee-for-service to a pay-for-performance. And so what that leads to is changing our own strategies to help understand how do we get better patient outcomes, because there's reimbursements that are going to be tied to that. So in that, the pace of change in healthcare and life sciences is relentless. It's only going to accelerate. And these forces are happening at a fast clip, changing expectations, fierce competition, and disruption at every turn. It's definitely causing us to rethink about how we actually deliver and use our resources right now to deliver more value. So what you need is an approach that's going to help you address current and future challenges. You need an approach that doesn't require completely new systems. You need to future-proof your approach with tools that allow you to react to new challenges quickly. And you need to move beyond that monolithic era and become an organization that is agile. I'm going to be using the term composable and proactive so that we can get to a future state of healthcare. And so what we're basically doing is accelerating time to value with a digital health platform built on a healthcare data model. Healthcare and Life Sciences Service Management is ServiceNow's customer workflow platform. It includes the full application engine with the breadth and depth of low and pro code tooling, as well as repurposing inbuilt AI in any app. These tools allow you to scale your app development to anyone using App Engine, easily and quickly automate actions across clinical systems with native integrated workflows, track, optimize, and automate decisions with purpose-built AI embedded, again, in any app. And ultimately, these features are going to help you create a new experience that's, mobile optimized as well as conversational. So this is our Healthcare and Life Sciences Service Management. Again, we adopted the HL7 FHIR standards. We created a data model which essentially has the objects that allow us to get more into the healthcare industry. You'll see here that this is our actual platform. And in terms of the platform, you can see that we have the core native Now platform. So you have the ability to have workflows and integrations. You have the CMDB for asset management. Sitting on top of that, you get the best of the IT workflows and the customer service workflows, which allow you to still be that IT system of reference and record, and then from a customer standpoint, be able to actually service your clients. And on top of that, we've built this data model here, which is, again, based on the HL7 FHIR standards. And then through that, we have these core components. So for example, and we'll get into this a little bit, the data model, we have Patient 360, which is essentially a view of all of the patient information in one screen for your patient services reps. We have consent management, which allows you to capture consent and file it. Digital documentation, a challenge in healthcare, all of able to digitize them. Vaccine administration, and then so these are some of the core components. Then there's this whole notion of the healthcare and life sciences application, which is the way that we actually use the platform, all of this underneath, in a way that comes through a use case. So for example, vaccine administration management, the ability to efficiently manage and vaccinate citizens or patients. Pre-visit management, what happens during the course of all of the activities that lead up to a patient actually getting a procedure done. Patient support services, this is for our life sciences, essentially enrolling patients to drug therapies. And then creator workflows. This is really the gateway to solving and leveraging this whole platform to solve for challenges that your organization is facing. So, here's a platform. We are really, what happens when, unnecessary work is eliminated? Essentially, your patients get the consumer-grade experience they want. Your providers and your staff have fewer distractions and can focus on the patient care. Your IT systems become agile and less complex. And ServiceNow can even make your EMR systems interact with other systems. Your teams, departments are connected, and all of this is within the security of ServiceNow, so you can address threats and keep compliance. So what I'm going to show you here is a few of our packaged business capabilities. So again, this is the notion of pre-built workflows that are sitting on top of and come out of the box in terms of the healthcare and life sciences service management. So vaccine administration management, right? Access to care beyond COVID. So we've already leveraged this to vaccinate, NHS Scotland's 5.5 million patient citizens. And they've asked us to go beyond and look at the boosters as well as influenza and other vaccine programs. So what this allows for you to do is have this patient engagement platform. I've been in health systems where we've had several different EMRs. How do you engage with a patient when you have so many different back-end systems? At least there's a way to engage and have the information then transact with the various EMRs. The ability to safely have clinicians have mobile access to patient and vaccine information, and then being able to have patients schedule and manage appointments and not necessarily get inundated with all of the different EMR systems and their patient interfaces that are out there. Another pre-built workflow is pre-visit management. So this is a best practice workflow that replaces some of the paper-based processes. Think about the nuance of all of the steps that have to happen in order for a patient to get scheduled for a colonoscopy. You have to make sure your scheduler is on point to call them. The patient has the eligibility approved. The prior authorization is in place. Sometimes the patient appears for the surgery and there's no pre-authorization, so it gets canceled. And that's a hit on the revenue that's generated by OR time being lost. So this capability really allows you to streamline your pre-authorization, pre-approval process, increase visibility into denied authorizations, and really provide a guided experience for the patient. Imagine if we as patients, not as suppliers of healthcare technology or services, but we as patients knew what was going to happen to us prior to arriving and that we had it done. And then from a playbook standpoint, within the hospital or organization, you have the ability to connect the different functions to say, hey, it literally is a playbook. You're on point next. I'm going to pass to you, and then you need to do this, right? So that kind of workflow is essentially what we are solving for. And then lastly, the patient support services. Again, it's a purpose-built workflow for life sciences. The whole point of this is how do you make sure that the right patient population to engage in a therapeutic offering or a pharmaceutical therapy, making sure that the patient enrollment process is successful, making sure that you're getting better patient outcomes and promoting the adherence to the medication, as well as streamlining the tasks associated with having the full end-to-end patient onboarding process. And then here's what is sitting underneath it, right? I talked about those core capabilities. So again, the life sciences data model, right? So it's a HL7 Firebase. We have the capability to support integrations. We have Integration Hub that already has several different integrations. The data model is an extension of the CSM data model, which is specific to healthcare and life sciences. In other words, your customers will be able to leverage all the goodness and capabilities of CSM augmented for healthcare to address the needs of our industry. And then in terms of, the data model aligns, again, to standards such as HL7 FHIR so that it can reduce the duplication. We're going to continue to expand it in the future so that customers don't have to maintain, build, or enable their own data model. For example, ServiceNow will enable out-of-the-box integration with, major electronic health records, clinical systems, which will lead to even easier implementation and use of the system. Here we have consent management. Again, consent management was a challenge for us. We didn't necessarily capture it in one spot. There's different consents all throughout your journey in healthcare as a patient. How do you collect that information right up front? How do you make sure it's stored and that your whole clinical practice and your health organization has access to it and understands? Being able to really validate the documentation and make sure that it is compliant. So here, we have the ability to just alleviate some of the challenges that agents have to get a full picture of the patient who's contacting their organization. So in terms of the digital documentation, what we have here is the ability for patients to efficiently complete documentation in a seamless experience. Again, this is included in the healthcare service management. The challenge we're trying to solve here is there's paper-based processes which can be easily digitized. Think about going back to school, all those forms that have to be submitted, or camp forms, or release of medical information. I mean, those processes, while they are so simple in theory, they're so complicated. The physician is signing off on the various forms. So ServiceNow makes it possible to build the custom forms for patients and members, send forms to them, to the clinicians or the vendors to be quickly signed via desktop or mobile app, and then determine and manage packets of information based on rules and triggers. And again, this is for, your business operations, your customer agents, your patients who need to actually submit the documentation. And then if we look at some of the composable tools, if we go to slide 73, we have App Engine low-code of the ServiceNow creator workflows. Now think about it. I just went through 3 pre-built workflows. But this is really the ability for offering speed and agility to transform any business process that you might have challenges with. With App Engine low-code, you can quickly design and deploy powerful digital solutions. And again, this is not a develop a solution. This is configure, drag, drop, and actually build a workflow based on the challenges that you have. Create an experience including the native iOS and Android mobile app. You can scale your digital effort consistently, without sprawl and the speed at which you need. And then in terms of, what we have here, we have basically some of the screenshots that you see back here with the globe. That's really being able to look at, where exactly there's some examples of, IoT-enabled fleet management. Then you also have a screenshot of the immunization compliance tracker, or the ability to look at, things on a watch. And so, again, this goes to the notion of omni-channel. You would be able to look at this information across various devices. And so before we get into the ServiceNow roadmap, I do want to talk about just a polling question. So, if you don't mind just taking a second to complete this as we think about the roadmap, which workflows would you be interested in if you could guide ServiceNow's future product development in healthcare? We have essentially had, referral management, the ability to refer physicians to physicians, the ability to take your existing discharge management into a home setting and being able to provide the extension of care into the home. Patient journey, so again, the whole patient journey across the use of healthcare services in the healthcare organization. Rev cycle management, the ability to have claims processing, and other. If you did select other, I would like to understand what those potentially could be for your organization.
Absolutely. I encourage everyone, if you have a workflow that's not listed there, drop it in the questions pane in your audience console, and we appreciate your feedback on that. And, maybe you have more than one workflow as well that you're interested in. This is a multi-select question, so feel free to select more than one if more than one applies. So we'll give everyone a moment here to respond to this. Don't forget that we have our Q&A session coming up here, so if you have a question about ServiceNow, it's a good time to get it in. Looks like someone commented that research donor consent management is a workflow that they would be interested in that they didn't see listed there.
Okay. Maybe another minute, and then we will continue. It's interesting to see the patient journey and the rev cycle. I know that it's nuanced for several organizations that aren't necessarily integrated delivery networks. So it's actually not so surprising to see. And again, if you selected other, please just chime into the chat. What would you like to see? And so thank you for that. The next slide really talks about the future of healthcare for ServiceNow in terms of our product roadmap. So I wanted to talk a little bit about just where we're headed. You can see that, we like to name our releases after location. So Paris launched in December of 2020, Rome was September 2021, and then Q1 2022 and beyond, there's like San Diego and Tokyo and Utah, I think. So in the Paris release, we launched EMR operations management, which the goal was to really assist IT teams to be more efficient in handling incident response and requests. So essentially imagine you being in an EMR, Cerner, Epic, and there's something happening, the record isn't responding, clicking through my chart, etc. Being able to from launch a ticket, which then gets routed to your IT services or whoever manages your EMR IT-related issues. Care and Life Sciences Service Management, the goal again here is to streamline patient workflows, clinician workflows. We talked about that. And then as we look at 2022 and beyond, we are looking at enabling full visibility and lifecycle management of devices in healthcare and life sciences. What that means is being able to answer the question is, how many devices do I have in this organization? Where are they? Are they being serviced efficiently? Do we have the right technicians with the right knowledge base to go service that MRI? And this is for IT devices as well as non-IT, connected or not connected devices. So we're looking at it from the full plethora of understanding where assets are, not just where, but the whole lifecycle management of inventorying, ordering, servicing, et cetera. And then marrying that into field service operations. How do you actually get a technician to go out there and dispatch and make sure they have the right tools and training necessary, whether it's in the home or whether it's in a hospital or in a clinic or MOB, making sure that we have the capabilities to be able to offer up some of that. And the last thing I just kind of want to leave you with is, our healthcare data model, I know that there's probably questions around security, ServiceNow. We have some slides in here that talk about our approach to encryption, our approach to, just the HIPAA security rule and implementation, that we are SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, and then we have the various, ISO certifications in place. So, with that, I appreciate your time and the platform to share where we're going in healthcare and life sciences for ServiceNow. Apologies for the hiccups in terms of the slide sets, but I'd like to see if there's any questions.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have some questions for you. While we take those questions, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the ServiceNow solution? So we appreciate your feedback on that. And with that, we'll take, let's see, our first question here. We'll start with this one from Warren. He's asking if you think that this could be used in educational environments. He says that they have research projects that they could see using ServiceNow.
Absolutely. I think so. If I understood correctly, more research projects, academic areas, there are definitely the types of personas and consumers that we thought about as we looked at building this. We are working with academic institutions right now for, grant management, et cetera. And so I absolutely see how this could extend itself and, have the workflows in place to help with these educational environments. And there's even in some instances, the beauty of it is because we are one platform, everything is built into the platform. And then you have IT, you have HR, et cetera. From an educational standpoint, we've even looked at rotations, right? How do you manage onboarding, offboarding of clinicians as they rotate through various academic programs, residencies, et cetera? And so I think there's a lot to unveil and uncover, but I definitely see it extending itself into the education environment as well.
Excellent.
I'd love to follow on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely will. And then for someone out there who's not heard the term low code before, maybe you could just step back for a second and give us a quick overview of what low code really means.
Sure. It's basically the ability for, as we build out our platform, we look at essentially the hard work is done. The brain is there, right? And you essentially need the ability to have a graphical user interface instead of programming various, codes to change the way that workflows happen. If you think about just, drag, drop, which have been pre-configured in a UI that allows you to change what's happening and how data is flowing without necessarily having to do the coding. But it would produce the exact intended result as if you were doing the coding without having to do the coding itself. And so because you're able to drag drop these boxes into various workflows that you're trying to do and situations that you're trying to resolve for, it basically alleviates the need for you to be a coder and just be just a person with a business need who can actually interface with, a graphical interface that allows you to drag, drop, click through, connect certain things, and then build out your workflow. I am not a developer, and I've been able to leverage our healthcare and life sciences to build, different workflow configurations. So it's really not development. It's just essentially configuring it the way that you want because those core elements are already there at the platform. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for elaborating on that. Let's see here. Another question that came in, they're asking, they say, when in healthcare life sciences, service management seems to have the same functionality as my EMR. What's the difference?
Yeah, so I think the best way to answer this question is through a use case. If you think about, let's just take, if you're a healthcare organization, because I saw it was probably the third on the list in terms of home health. If your healthcare organization is interested in doing care at home, right, EMRs aren't going to solve for making sure that the reimbursement process is happening, that your medical durable equipment devices are being sent to the home. that on a recurring basis, they're having the solutions, let's just say for dialysis, being sent to the home, that a technician who knows how to collaborate or calibrate that dialysis machine is being able to be sent to the home. And by the way, making sure that the clinician and the patient are all being informed of the scheduling associated with it. Those are multi-function outside of the EMR for the most part, maybe not the scheduling, and the pharmacy, but as far as all of the processes that need to happen and all of the external lab entities, all the information collected inwards, and think about the burden for the patient having to go through and sign the various forms to complete the various documentation, not knowing what's going to happen next. All of that doesn't have to be so complicated. It literally is a workflow that allows you to bring in these different functions and to be the thread. Our platform is a digital health platform that can be the thread between all of these different systems that have to come together to provide convenience, that whole notion of patient consumerism, and making sure that you're providing the best treatment possible so that we can impact outcomes.
Excellent. Yeah, I like that. I'm afraid that we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session, Vishaka, but we've got some more technical questions there for you in the queue. And it's been a real pleasure having you on the EcoCast today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks, everyone.
And for more information on ServiceNow, check out the Handouts tab right there. And there is a really nicely done resource on healthcare and life sciences service management with ServiceNow. So that is available there for download in the Handouts tab. And thank you to everyone who responded to the poll question. I'll leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going to Brandon Warner from Massachusetts. Congratulations, Brandon Warner from Massachusetts. And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's EcoCast. Welcome, Priscilla Sandberg, Senior Healthcare Strategic Alliances Manager at Pure Storage. Priscilla, take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Sandberg, and I'm the Senior Strategic Healthcare Alliances Manager for Pure. This afternoon, I'm going to take a couple minutes to talk to you about Pure Storage and our healthcare business. A little bit about me before we get started. I've spent my entire career in healthcare, starting off in the payer space and then moving on to the EMR space, where I sold hospital information systems to clients in the upper Midwest and the Caribbean. I've always had a passion for the billing and claims processing, both on the payer side and on the hospital side. And after I left the EMR vendor, I went to Pure to become part of the Healthcare Alliances team. We work with all of our clients to establish their needs and goals and provide state-of-the-art storage infrastructure to support their business initiatives. A little bit about Pure. We are a very quickly growing company with last year revenue of $1.64 billion. We've been named a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant 7 times, which we're very proud of. And our business model is something we call Evergreen. And Evergreen eliminates the needs for costly conversions and legacy rip and replace of storage methodology of the past. I think that's why our technology has resonated so well in the healthcare space, because of the decreased workloads associated with having to replace storage infrastructure every 5 years. We not only work in healthcare, but we also focus on different verticals addressing the specific needs of those customers, no matter what industry they are in: retail, financial services, and government. The solutions are designed and architected specifically for the business objectives that these different vertical industries are hoping to achieve. We start with the objective and then design a specific storage solution to meet the needs of these customers. We define Pure in healthcare in 4 different segments. Our life sciences segment, which we talk to pharma companies and other genomics related type of industries. We have a payer business for our insurance companies. We have a provider line of business where we talk to hospitals and provider organizations, ambulatory care clinics, and imaging centers. And then our health tech area, where we focus on supporting the applications that all of these different industries are using. We work as a team at Pure to support all the myriad aspects of the healthcare organizations we work with. Our team consists of industry experts coming from these industries with an average of 10 to 15 years of experience in all of these different areas. We've been having conversations with our clients about not only their EMR workloads, but all of the associated other workloads that they have within an organization. Supply chain, imaging, data protection. Data protection has been huge lately with our increased number of attacks in ransomware. So we're developing solutions that not only support their core business, but all of the different areas in which they are managing to ensure that they have a complete infrastructure solution for their entire organization. I'm going to talk a couple minutes about our work in electronic health records. We can see a number of different ways in which we can have an impact on these organizations. Financially, we're providing an easy-to-use, upgradable solution, which eliminates the problem of conversions and cost associated with downtime. Operationally, we support our clients by providing a very simple user experience, which allows them to deploy IT resources into other areas of the organization, focusing more on patient care. And technically, our Flash products line allows our providers to use their systems quickly and with high availability. We have great data reduction, which allows sites to deploy less storage than they initially think they need. And obviously, we're here to help with our professional services and ensuring that everybody is getting the most out of their arrays. I'll share with you one of our customers who's done really well with Pure, our friends at Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare. The clinicians at Salinas Valley obviously are dedicated to ensuring that they provide the highest level of care for their patients. And one of the things that is important to providers is eliminating the wait time. So when you walk into your hospital organization and you pull up your rounding report, you don't need it to wait and wait and wait. We don't need physicians sitting around waiting for software to load. So with a Pure Storage infrastructure, we can increase the performance of that application. So what Salinas Valley was struggling with was the rounding reports. They were finding that they were waiting for the reports to load and physicians were unable to do their jobs while they were waiting. And because of the speed of the application running on Pure, the physicians can provide better care for their patients, having better access to data more quickly, making decisions, and treating their patients more efficiently. Another thing that we've been working with our EMR clients about is obviously the threat of ransomware and prevention of downtime. So our friends at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia were concerned about the increased ransomware attacks and the impact that they have on the organization, not only from a security perspective, but also from a financial perspective. They were having an issue because they had a backup of all their data, but it was not protected against ransomware. So what we were able to do is deploy our FlashBlade solution with Safe Mode. With a FlashBlade solution, we are able to send a secure backup to the FlashBlade and make it immutable copy with processes in place to avoid the deletion of the snapshot. We are able to provide them with their standard of the 3-2-1 strategy for protecting data. And FlashBlade provides the ideal target for the backup, and we can additionally add additional workloads to the FlashBlade. What we found with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is that we were able to not only provide a secure backup data of their copy, but protect it against ransomware as well. This is one of the more interesting stories that just happened a number of months ago. I was proud to be a part of it in the sense that I was sitting in my backyard on a Saturday afternoon when I got a call from one of the field reps. He called me to let me know that he was driving in the car down to one of his prospect sites because they had just called him to say their incumbent vendor was not responding to any calls, even though their storage array had been completely maximized and due to a ransomware attack. So he and his engineer stopped at one of the Pure distribution facilities, grabbed all the gear that these folks are going to need, and drove it down to the site. Sunday morning, they arrive at the hospital at 8 a.m. and start installing the array and converting the data back from their legacy infrastructure over to Pure. The main goal was obviously to get the hospital back up and running. And they spent 3 days down there turning everything on, getting everything converted, and getting the hospital back up and running. The most important part about this was that it was in the middle of a surge of patients due to the COVID epidemic. And it was essential that the hospital was able to get their EMR back up online so they could continue to treat these patients. We'll talk a little bit about enterprise imaging. We've seen a lot of sites look at better ways to deploy enterprise imaging. One of the issues with enterprise imaging is that the images are so large that running them on legacy storage infrastructure creates delays for radiologists and for care providers. We've seen a dramatic increase in our enterprise imaging business this year because of folks looking to provide a better user experience for those radiologists. Advanced Radiology Services is a great example of how we're able to have a business objective accomplished with storage arrays. So Advanced Radiology is a company who is an outsourced radiology clinic. So their customers are demanding speed and efficiency, and that's how Advanced Radiology is able to create value for their customers. So when you're talking about reading maybe 1 or 2 exams a day, if you have to wait a couple of seconds for something to load, then maybe that's not the end of the day. But with Advanced Radiology, they're reading hundreds and hundreds of images every single day, and they need to turn this stuff around really quickly in order to meet their agreements with their customers. So by deploying Pure Storage in this capacity, we can actually allow them to be more efficient, which creates more revenue for their organization and better customer service for their clients. Prime Healthcare is another great example of how we're able to deploy radiology solutions for speeding up patient care. Prime needed reliable and expandable storage to support their imaging solution. And the challenge with Prime is that they have so many different hospitals across so many different states. So what they were looking to do is provide a consolidated solution that could support all of these different organizations, no matter where they were. So again, we were able to deploy a solution which allowed them to have a reliable imaging for all of their providers across multiple different areas and hospital organizations. This is a cool story that just recently occurred. RSNA, if you're not familiar with them, is the Radiological Society in North America. And every year they hold a conference for radiology providers. And as part of the conference, they have what they call the image of the day. And at the beginning of every day of the conference, the providers log in to check out the case of the day and provide their input or information they might have about what that case means to them. But the interesting part is that as soon as it's released, all of these different providers all hit the website at the same time and try to visit the imaging site all simultaneously. So we just worked with them to put this technology on Pure. And as you can see from the article, 65 million hits and 366 gigabytes of medical images were delivered to all of the different participants of the conference, and they had no problem. The other neat thing about RSNA is that they are being used as a platform for research data being sent to them from all over the world. So providers will send data to RSNA, they collect it, and then they can provide it back to other organizations, and allowing care providers to share their clinical data and have access across multiple different locations. We'll talk a little bit about life sciences. We have currently over 200 life sciences clients, companies like Roche, Bayer, Stryker, Intuitive Surgical, labs like Abbott, platform companies like TrialStat, CROs like Premier and Bioclinical, genetics companies. And while we have a really strong footprint, we believe we have only scratched the surface of this industry. Life sciences is a huge area of increasing opportunity for us Because as you know, life sciences, especially pharma, has lagged in terms of digital transformation. Workflows are still siloed, choppy systems are typically point purpose and proprietary and not interoperable. The last couple of years, there have been staggering investments into digital transformation, and we enable these organizations to work with and derive value from their data at unprecedented speeds and depths. Data is the new digital currency, and Pure makes it easy. We're spending less time finding and manipulating data and more time learning from it. Fast, easy, powerful, flexible. It can all be a catalyst for huge leaps forward in life sciences. And what this drives to is better outcomes for patients, quicker ways for providers to diagnose and treat patients who need their care. As I mentioned, life sciences space is going through huge transitions that they've transformed digitally, and both pharma and medical device companies are rushing to become more streamlined, more effective. We see a lot of companies in the medical device field deploying Pure, as well as diagnostics and laboratory. We see three main use cases in life sciences: genomics, imaging, and drug discovery. Genomics, as you probably know, has petabytes of sequencing data. And when you have huge data sets like this, it's important to be able to run these analyses quickly. Otherwise, you're wasting your researchers' time. Imaging is the same. And what can we do with imaging as it relates to analytics? And going back to what we were talking about, RSNA, collecting a lot of data to be able to analyze it and provide it back to the providers and the users. And obviously drug discovery, again, huge amounts of data. So we don't need to waste anybody's time for waiting for reports to load, waiting for data to present, and using the Pure Storage Flash products enables these industries and these use cases to advance at a much more quick pace. This is a neat use case. McMaster University's lab oversees a global database that curates data, models, and algorithms associated with superbugs and other threats to human health. Andrew MacArthur is a genomics professor and a researcher, and he came to us for our FlashBlade technology to use as the underlying infrastructure for a new gene sequencing system that helps researchers generate insights that lead to faster identification of global health threats. Antimicrobial resistance and new coronaviruses are placing modern medicine under siege. With Pure Storage FlashBlade, the lab was able to deploy a storage infrastructure that allowed their researchers to keep up with DNA sequencing data and stay ahead of the curve as they fight global threats for human health. Some of the results that our friends at the lab discovered was drug discovery, analyzation of data sets were 24 times faster, which allowed their team to monitor the global health threats more closely and in real time. IT transformation, the Pure Storage handles the data more efficiently as the DNA sequencing technology evolves. The speeds of the biomedical data in advancing global health research is essential, and we are able to generate results in 3 hours or less for insights that can save people's lives. Another great use case for Pure in artificial intelligence is Changong Memorial Hospital. It's the largest medical center in Taiwan. And with AI being increasingly applied to medicine, they established the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Medicine in 2018, building on their massive collection of clinical and medical data, as well as longstanding digitization. To speed up medical data analysis and medical research, the center brought in Pure Storage to help improve performance and accelerate data computing. They installed our FlashBlade and AIRI, which is our artificial intelligence ready infrastructure, and it has delivered over 3-to-1 data reduction ratios. And the system learning time has been shortened from 7 days to 1 day and increased the computing efficiency by 7 times. In addition, the single storage platform supports the computing power of over 10 AI servers. Data transfer time has been greatly reduced, cutting GPU idle time and optimizing computing processes and efficiency. Besides the ultra-high performance computing, the Pure Storage system provided great stability, ensuring uninterrupted service and no system downtime. under any circumstances. The storage infrastructure we provided is highly secure and met the stringent demands for confidential data transfers and privacy protection in the medical world. I'd like to transition over to our payer clients. We've seen an explosion of data on the payer side, as well as infrastructure demands, as payers sent their large numbers of employees to work at home. Gathering, consolidating, and reporting have taken center stage in this vertical, and we have worked with our payer clients to keep up with their fast pace. One of the emerging areas in the payer space is collecting as much information about a customer as possible, because we want to make sure that our payers are providing the best care for all of the customers that they serve. One of the most important parts of this is collecting data on the social determinants of health. So payers are not only collecting claims and diagnostic data, but we find that they are also collecting data from all aspects of the patient's care. What this allows them to do is identifying at-risk patients and leading to better outcomes at lower costs. Blue Health Intelligence is a very interesting case study. It's the healthcare data analytics spinout of Blue Cross Blue Shield of America. They analyzed tens of millions of insurance claims to provide details on how the care is used by customers. By deploying Pure, they were able to take advantage of scale and performance, which led them to a higher level of data analytics. The business value that they received is data as a service model, providing back the data to all the clients that they serve quickly and efficiently. Phreesia is a customer who is on the application provider side in this space. Phreesia provides an innovative software platform that offers healthcare organizations a set of applications to manage patient intake and facilitate telemedicine. In medical groups of all sizes, Phreesia's flexible and scalable platform drives tangible results across administrative, financial, and clinical operations so that staff can focus on providing exceptional care. When Phreesia decided to re-architect and segregate their production and test dev environments into 5 different zones in order to improve performance, resiliency, and reduce risks of downtime for critical applications and databases, primarily SQL, they turned to Pure for a complete storage infrastructure solution for their Tier 1, block, file, rapid restore, and data protection, as well as Kubernetes and container storage. Phreesia is also using Pure's native active cluster solution for an array-based sync between local arrays and remote arrays. Our FlashBlade product protects backups against ransomware and allows them to better protect their clients. I'm going to stop here and take a couple minutes for some questions and answers. The first question we have is, laboratory data has huge value. What are you seeing in that space? Well, this is actually very interesting because we have been seeing a lot of focus on laboratory data, especially pathology. We have a fantastic customer, a company called Page AI. It's a machine learning company. And what they are doing is they are taking pathology slides and feeding them to their artificial intelligence platform. What they're doing is they're teaching it to recognize the morphology of the slide. What they do is they train it by showing them thousands and thousands of examples of cancer slides. And what this is going to enable our healthcare environment to do is provide pathologists across the world the ability to access Page AI to help them more accurately diagnose cancer patients. When we are able to share this type of data across different care settings and across different organizations, it enables pathologists to work more quickly. And if pathologists can work more quickly, then patients can be treated more quickly. Okay, the next question is, some of the EHR vendors are touting their ability to incorporate genomics into their systems. How does Pure work with sites looking to do something like this? Well, this is where Pure can provide a lot of value, going back to that consolidated ecosystem slide that we talked about earlier. We have a number of clients who run their EMR systems on Pure's FlashArray, which provides for high performance. But based on the enormous amount of data involved in genomics research, some of our academic medical centers are turning to our FlashBraid product to provide the speed needed to process this amount of research and data points. The beauty of this scenario is that the EMR vendors can quickly and easily pull the specific genetic markers from the genomics applications and then ingest them directly into their EMR system. So again, when we're talking about speed, we're talking about speed as it relates to technology, but we're also talking about speed as it relates to getting care providers the information they need at their fingertips as quickly as possible, leading to better outcomes for their patients. The challenge we've seen in the past with the legacy infrastructure in this regard has been that the gear that sites have deployed physically cannot keep up with the massive data sets. And researchers are sitting around waiting for the data sets to load. So we don't need a researcher or a provider waiting for results when we can speed up that data ingest and output on Pure. By increasing the performance on the genomic side, we're able to speed up the time to results and therefore speed up the time to delivery to the EMR. And we believe this is the future of healthcare, precision medicine, and having those genomics results available in an EMR and available for the providers to start the treatment of the patient. Okay, our next question is around cloud, which nobody's surprised by. And the question is Pure an on-premises or cloud provider? As everybody knows, cloud has been a hot topic for many, many years now, and organizations are constantly coming to us and saying that their executive teams want them to put everything in the cloud. And while that is a very noble objective, our belief is that we should be looking at the workload and where it performs best. So to that end, Pure works with each one of our clients individually to determine where that workload should be. The beauty of Pure is that we have developed tools which allow sites to move workloads from on-premises to the cloud. We acquired a company called Portworx, which provides Kubernetes tools for cloud deployments. We also have a product called Cloud Block Store, which functions as an array, and it functions as an on-prem array, but it's in the cloud. So some of our customers are doing what we have entitled a hybrid cloud. So saying that this workload works best on-prem from a day-to-day, we may want to take a backup and we might want to store that in the cloud. But perhaps we want to store workloads in the cloud, but then sometimes move them back on premises. And with our hybrid cloud approach, we work with every one of our clients to determine where their workloads should be in the cloud and how Pure can best support them. That's all we have for today. I appreciate your time. And as always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to the healthcare team at Pure. We're happy to talk to you, and we look forward to hearing from you all soon. Thank you again.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Priscilla. And of course, thank you to Pure Storage for being on the event today. I've just brought up a poll question here that says, what additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution? And I will leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. And I should point out, we continue to take your questions electronically for Pure Storage, so keep those questions coming. Lots of great questions coming in. Of course, don't forget about our best question prize as well. If you have something on your mind, not sure if you should ask it, hopefully that best question prize helps you to take a second there and drop it in the questions pane. All right, the next Amazon $500 gift card is going to Austin Taylor from Ohio. Congratulations, Austin Taylor from Ohio. All right, and thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. Let me give it a few more seconds here to allow everyone to respond. We've got our next presenters in the green room ready to go. We're excited to introduce them, but just a few more seconds on the poll question. I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to respond. All right, thank you to those who responded in the poll window. With that, it's now time for our next presentation on the EcoCast today. I'm excited now to bring in Brian Pruitt, Global Healthcare Strategic Alliance Manager, and Brian O'Mahony, Solutions Architect, both from NetApp. Brian, it's great to have you on the event today.
Yeah, thanks for having us, David.
Thanks for having us.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
All right, thank you. So thanks for joining, everyone. So I'm Brian Pruitt with the NetApp Healthcare team. In my role on the healthcare vertical team, I'm responsible for our global EHR practice. So working very closely with our key healthcare software vendors, as well as our strategic partners and global partners. So before joining NetApp, I was CTO for a large health system in Colorado, where my teams were responsible for modernizing IT service delivery for our caregivers, as well as transitioning our 18 hospitals and over 100 plus clinics from Meditech over to Epic. So I'm joined by my counterpart, Mr. Brian O'Mahony. Brian?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Brian O'Mahony. I'm a solutions architect for NetApp. I cover EHR systems globally, just like Brian. I've been at NetApp over 10 years. I've been in healthcare over 20 years. And I've been involved in every Epic deployment at NetApp. So I get to see, initial architecture designs through to deployment and operationalizing as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Brian. So today we're going to provide you with just a brief overview of the NetApp Healthcare team, and then we'll discuss the value of Epic on NetApp and how customers like yours are now delivering Epic in the cloud. And then we'll wrap up with just an overview of our complimentary Epic Design Workshop that's tailored to your unique deployment of Epic, and we will wrap it up from there. So with that, just a quick overview of the NetApp Healthcare team. So this team is comprised of industry experts and with a combined 200 plus years of healthcare experience. So we have ex-health system CIOs, CTOs, storage architects, radiology techs, you name it. Very deep expertise in healthcare. So whether it's Epic, Meditech, an imaging project, AI, telehealth, even supply chain, right? This team is here to assist customers like yours make that meaningful change in healthcare. And just a quick overview of just some of the key software vendors that we're working with. So as Brian mentioned, we're working very closely with the EHR vendors, so specifically Epic and Meditech, as well as InterSystems, who actually provides the underlying database architecture for Epic. Right? And then we have very key strategic partnerships with the medical imaging vendors, as well as AI vendors like Core Scientific and NVIDIA as well. So with that, Brian, I will hand it over to you to dig into the value of Epic on NetApp.
If you take away anything today from our presentation, these are the three key points about ONTAP. NetApp ONTAP is the only high comfort platform that can run all of Epic workloads on a single platform. Epic is made up of NAS and SAN and multiple pools of storage. And typically what happens is it's deployed on multiple different platforms and silos. With ONTAP, we offer the only platform that allows you to consolidate all of that. And with that, the Epic solution is a high comfort rating, and it's everything that we do is all honorable. So you could be rest assured that your deployment is going to meet all of Epic requirements. And we've been testing, NetApp has started our journey to the cloud over 10 years ago. And there's a lot of enterprise applications like Epic that are looking to move to the cloud. So we have first-party solutions in AWS and Azure that will enable customers to run their production, DR, backup tiering to the cloud. And we'll touch on that as well today. So as I mentioned, right, if you look at Epic, if you look at healthcare in general, there's lots of silos built by different people, different processes, different tools for monitoring, security, and for backup. And then it ends up being extremely inefficient. And that's what that diagram on the left looks like. So if you break down Epic itself, it has, NAS and SAN, and it's got lots of different workloads, SQL, Oracle, Epic ODB. And what we see in the field is because it's so critical, to protect it, it's built in its own silo. And typically that silo is way overbuilt, like 5% utilization. And you end up with this very complex, inefficient design. With ONTAP, we have this ability to run NAS, SAN, and object on a single platform. So we cover all the protocols. But also from a protection perspective, we're able to guarantee floor-level performance for every single application. So what you do is you move all your workloads onto ONTAP. ONTAP uses machine learning, and it constantly analyzes each of the workloads and puts everything in the right swim lane. So again, it's a floor level. It's a quality of service so that your performance will never dip below the requirements for that particular application. And what you end up with is the ability to deliver your applications and service levels at a consistent level. So the performance from day one and 5 years from now will stay consistent. And also, we give it the visibility into headroom on the controller. So, when you're a very nervous thing, when you add new workloads into your environment, you worry about interfering and slowing down what's already there. This tool eliminates that as a problem. You will have visibility into headroom. You can add workloads, new workloads with confidence, knowing that your existing workloads are not impacted. So again, only ONTAP can do this, and we've done this for all of our Epic deployments. We did this transformation into this single data management strategy, a single set of tools on-prem. But what's really unique about ONTAP is that that same ONTAP runs in the cloud of your choice. So we can extend all of those capabilities up into the cloud of your choice. You can go to the next slide, Brian.
And Brian, real quick, I think a key takeaway here is, like you said, no longer are customers, these healthcare customers, forced to purchase these silos just to deploy Epic or even other workloads, right? We're enabling customers to deploy any workload, even Epic, on a single platform, which is reducing their storage footprint, reducing their data center footprint, and streamlining and optimizing those IT costs. I think, Brian, it's one thing to take our word for it, but it's another to view to take a look at how Epic views us, right? So you want to speak to this one?
Yeah. So the SPATS document, Epic publishes this quarterly, and it rates all the vendors high, medium, low. Again, it's in writing here that ONTAP is the only high comfort rated platform that can run NAS and SAN together. If you go with other vendors, you have one solution for NAS and another solution for SAN. But also, Epic has requirements for isolating pools of storage. Epic Production, Report, and Clarity would have to be put on separate physical clusters, which adds to the complexity. Because of our ability to deliver a quality of service at the floor level, you can consolidate workloads. So what you end up with is a single platform for everything. Your performance issues disappear because you're able to control them better, and you have visibility into controlling performance. And that's documented here by Epic. So in the cloud, the cloud chose NetApp, right, to help them accelerate the movement of enterprise applications into the cloud like Epic. It's very hard to refactor enterprise applications so that they will work in the cloud. The easiest path to the cloud is, can we lift and shift and run it in the cloud? And challenges there has been lack of performance. Epic wants sub-millisecond type of performance, lack of enterprise data management capability. You cannot run Epic without having things like snapshots and cloning. You take that for granted on-prem, but getting that in the cloud is very, very challenging. Reliability, it's a whole other ball game up there. So the relationship, again, started 10 years ago with AWS and Azure of running ONTAP in the cloud to solve those problems is what we've been very actively working at with Epic. And as you can see there, we can go to massive scale with Azure NetApp Files, and we can do massive scale with FSx in AWS. And it's essentially ONTAP under the hood with the snapshotting and cloning capabilities that you would need to run Epic in the cloud. And a similar set of tools that you would be used to on premises would be available up in the cloud as well. So two options there for Epic in the cloud. In talking to customers, kind of low-hanging fruit right now is putting DR in the cloud and saving over 50% of the cost of running DR in the cloud, because we take advantage of the elasticity of the cloud. And you can run a pilot light type of deployment in the cloud, and you can turn on the gas when you fail over. And that's an opportunity for large savings for most healthcare organizations.
And another quick point to make on this one is that both Azure NetApp Files and FSx on AWS are first-party cloud services. So these are not directly sold by NetApp. These are offered by the hyperscalers themselves.
That's a great point. So you can go and purchase from Microsoft Azure NetApp Files to run Epic ODB or Epic Clarity workloads. For ODB, NetApp has tested this all the way up to 28 million global references on a single volume. And the one thing to note about Azure NetApp Files is it's all flash. Your compute and storage is in Azure's data center. So super high performance. It's extremely easy to use. It's running Epic over NFS. Essentially taking a snapshot is simple. Restoring, you don't have to do anything. You can browse the .snapshots folder and pull files out as needed. You can do all of that from the host. And things like refreshing environments is extremely easy. So, from your snapshot, you create a clone, and you can mount it on another test server, and that's it. For SAN environments, that's a lot more complex. So Azure NetApp Files, first-party solution, very, very easy to set up, very high performant, and again, has all the data management capabilities that you would need to run Epic. And the point I made earlier, and it's an important one, not everybody's going to put everything in the cloud. I think most organizations it's going to make sense to run some on-prem and some in the cloud. And what NetApp offers is a common set of management tools for data management and automation on-prem and in the cloud. For example, things that you need to do in an Epic environment around backup and refreshing all the different environments can be, quite complex. We offer a fully automated, supported solution for running that on-prem and in the cloud. So when you go with Epic on-prem, we bring a solution with you. It's not just storage. We have a fully operationalized, fully automated data management solution on-prem for Epic, and we also do the same thing for you in the cloud. So the experience on-prem in the cloud is very similar.
So just to share a couple of success stories here, Brian mentioned some opportunities around running Epic DR in the cloud. So here's one just to highlight the solution that we put in place for Cone Health. So Cone Health is a large health system in North Carolina. They've been a longtime NetApp customer. They made the decision to start getting out of the data center business, right? So what we did was work closely with them and develop a strategy of how to get out of their DR data center first, right? So we positioned Cloud Volumes ONTAP to run their Epic DR environment in the cloud in Azure, right? So at the end of the day, Cone Health was able to save just over $1 million annually just by moving their Epic DR environment to the cloud. Now they're on a path to start moving their Epic production environment to Azure NetApp Files, but this is a tremendous success story that we'll share after the call. And then one that's very near and dear to my heart is Centura Health. Right, so by standardizing on NetApp, Centura was able to reduce their IT spend by $56 million over the course of 3 years, and by leveraging the automation that Brian had mentioned for Epic, the team was able to reduce the Epic backup and refresh times from about 10 hours down to less than 2 minutes. So, over a 95% reduction in time. That means time saved where your Epic analysts, where your trainers are no longer waiting on these environments to become available. They are readily available on demand. And then by standardizing on NetApp and consolidating, like Brian had mentioned, at the end of the day, Centura was able to reduce their footprint in the data center. They went from 120 cabinets in their data center to right around 20. That enabled them to get out of the data center, move to a colo, and start streamlining the way that they're delivering IT services to the business. And then just real quick, I want to share one thing that we're offering up to all of our Epic customers, and this is what we call an Epic Hybrid Cloud Design Workshop. So essentially the only requirement that we ask the customers is for a copy of the Epic Hardware Configuration Guide. From there, we do a deep dive analysis into the before and after state of your Epic environment. We run TCO, ROI analysis, and we demonstrate how this is going to simplify the lives for your IT members. So simplifying the lives for the storage admins, the engineers, how we're going to help reduce cost and hopefully consolidate the environment just like Centura Health was able to. Brian, anything to add on this one?
Yeah, it's what we bring to this workshop. I've been involved in over 100 Epic projects from start to finish, successful projects where we transformed and we did some of the things that Brian mentioned, right? Consolidation, reduce cost, accelerate journey into the cloud. There's a lot behind this workshop, and very, very valuable. And the response we get from our customers after this is very, very positive.
Mm-hmm. And if this is something of interest to you, you can email us at epic@netapp.com, and we can start working through this and doing a deeper dive into the actual outcomes of these workshops. So just to wrap up, like Brian mentioned, only NetApp can deliver Epic in any cloud for any size customer. So whether that's Azure, GCP, AWS, we have the first-party services that are going to enable you to run Epic where it makes the most sense to your organization, right? And that also, as Brian mentioned, only NetApp is enabling you to consolidate all of these Epic workloads, both SAN and NAS, into a single unified platform, whether that's on-prem or in the cloud. And also, as Brian mentioned, NetApp is Epic's highest-rated storage platform and the only platform that's rated high comfort for both SAN and NAS on a single platform. Brian, anything else to add on this?
No, I think you summed it up perfectly. These are very, very important and distinctive things that NetApp brings to the table that nobody else can do. A single data management platform for everything, not just Epic, but for healthcare in general. We do file, block, and object. We can control your performance so that you can deliver content as is, and we extend into the cloud of your choice. Again, the cloud has chosen NetApp as the go-to storage operating system to run enterprise applications in the cloud. Not only do we run it faster, you get all the data management, and we reduce costs as well with all of our efficiencies. So yeah, that's a good summary.
Thanks for that, Brian. So with that, David, I'll hand it back to you for some polling questions. Thanks
Absolutely.
for your time, everyone.
Great presentation, Brian. And Brian, really appreciate that. We do have some questions for you. I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there in the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? And we'll leave that up while we take your questions. So a lot of good questions coming in. I guess I'll start with this one from Ned, who's asking if NetApp supports mission-critical Epic EHR environments on AWS or GovX cloud platforms.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Can you repeat that one time?
Yeah, he's asking, does NetApp support mission-critical Epic EHR environments on AWS or GovX cloud platforms?
On AWS, yes. Azure, yes. We've worked directly with Epic on testing both of those environments.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
then,
just to add on to that, the FSX is a new service, a first-party AWS service that was announced just a couple of weeks ago, and this is going to enable you to run Epic in the region that makes the most sense for your organization, right? So FSX is deployed in every AWS region today. So being able to deliver that mission-critical application, whether it's Epic or any other mission-critical healthcare application in AWS.
Excellent. Yeah, we were involved in the announcement of FSX. Big news from NetApp. So very exciting stuff. Another question here. This one comes from David. Do you run Epic Tapestry in the cloud?
So any Epic environment, whether it's Chronicles, whether it's Clarity, Caboodle, you name it, any of the core workloads for Epic, we can run in the cloud. And I believe, Brian, you may be more familiar with Tapestry than I am, but
there's a white paper we released for Azure. We focused on Azure first, and we're now doing the same thing for AWS with the FSX. We just released a white paper that details how you would deploy each of the Epic workloads in Azure, and we're working on a paper that will be similar for FSX. So that's already published. It's on the Microsoft site and it's on the NetApp site.
Yep, and Tapestry is essentially a module within Epic. So that would run on the Chronicles or Cache database, right? So any module for Epic, we would be able to deliver both on-prem and in the cloud.
Excellent. And then let's see, Kayla's asking if NetApp can create rules to allow you to move data from fast to slow disk, effectively data tiering.
So we do that in multiple levels. That's a great question. You can non-disruptively move either on-prem and in the cloud. The technology is similar, from a standard tier to a premium tier to an ultra tier on the fly, anytime. And that's useful. You might have tested an environment and nothing, but you want to spin up, run reports, and you can move it to an ultra tier, run your report, and the save money, reduce it back down again. But we also have the ability to take cold data off of our hot all-flash arrays and tier that to S3 on-prem or in the cloud. Or if you're running ONTAP in the cloud, we can take cold block data and tier that off to colder storage. A lot of our customers, for example, WebLob is very cold. It's like 95% cold. And when a customer, what they do is they run a report. It'll tell you exactly how hot and cold your applications are. And you can just enable it, and it'll tier it off to colder storage with no impact on performance from the perspective of the end user. I mean, that's a great question. So, yeah, we have that cloud-like experience where you can move workloads between tiers and also different performance levels, and you can also tier data off to cold storage.
Excellent. Well, I think I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session, but there's some more technical questions there for you in the electronic queue. Brian, it's been great having you on, both. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
And thank you, of course, to NetApp for supporting the event. Check out the healthcare infographic there in your handout tab on how to deliver Epic on Azure and achieve honor roll status. Really cool infographic. Make sure that you download that before you go to learn more about the NetApp solution. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. I'll leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going to Raul Cementio from California. Congratulations. We'll reach out to deliver that gift card. And thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. It's now time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. Welcome, Tony Perry, Principal Solutions Engineer at Progress. Tony, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Take it away, Tony.
All right, great. So welcome, everyone. My name is Tony Perry. I'm a Principal Solutions Engineer with Progress Software, and today I'm going to be talking to you about file transfers and how to secure them with our MoveIt product line. So to start, let's talk a little bit about the life cycle of your files. And when we're talking about files, we're talking about things like image files or claim files, sensitive files that most likely contain sensitive PII or PHI that are tied to a critical business process, whether it's on the provider side or on the payer side. But these files, a lot can happen to them from the time they're first created. They could be protected different ways depending on where they are stored. There are a lot of threats to files and the data contained in them. Files need to get moved around, whether it's between different internal systems or maybe transferring them to or from external business partners. And then ultimately files, hopefully are destroyed when no longer needed, although some could obviously live on indefinitely. Today our focus is really going to be around that movement circle when you need to move or transfer files, especially with, like I said earlier, external business partners, trading partners, outside of the four walls of your organization. So not every file is going to contain data that needs to be protected. If it's an office football pool, for example, that's not anything business critical that needs to be protected. But, what files need to have care taken when transferring them? Well, usually files that contain protected health information, personally identifiable information, financial data, all that data gets put into or persisted into files, and that data needs to be protected, not only for obvious security reasons, but also for compliance reasons. We're obviously on a healthcare webinar, so most everyone on here is likely very familiar with HIPAA and the potential ramifications of suffering a data breach for not protecting PHI data, even if it is in files. So who do you need to protect that data from? Well, there's different threats, and we kind of break it down into two different buckets here: internal and external. Internal, inside. That's a little bit more difficult because, anyone with internal access to your data is, has some level of trust associated with them. And a lot of times, protecting this data, this is going to be stored in your EHR system or in databases and stuff like that. But external, those external threats, those really come into play with file transfer when you're needing to transfer data with external third parties. And, not going to go through all those, but there's obviously a lot of threats, both internal and external, coming after everything, including that data. So making sure you're using a system that can protect that data when it's in transfer is paramount. So that really is one of the big reasons for choosing an MFT solution. So MFT stands for Managed File Transfer. Basically, it's a class of software for, well, as the name implies, managing file transfers. It really it includes a lot of the features and functionality that are required for transferring files especially in industries like financial services and healthcare, where the data is sensitive and is also subject to regulatory compliance. But there's a lot more to it than that as well. So it's useful for securely exchanging that data, allows you to centrally administer file transfers as opposed to, say, having a bunch of scripts running all over the place that nobody really has one place to go to administer those file transfers. Being able to easily manage those transfers from, say, your desktop through a web browser instead of having to remote desktop into different systems and stuff. Having those audit logs, the audit logs are especially important for compliance efforts, being able to demonstrate, that the data was transferred, how it was transferred, who it was transferred to, et cetera. Being able to automate those transfers. Nobody wants to sit there and have to transfer tens or hundreds of thousands of files a day manually if those can be automated. And then also integration. MFT solutions like MoveIt include REST APIs. So that way if you want to tightly integrate MoveIt into other back-end applications, ETL processes, et cetera, you have those APIs available to do that. So here's some specific use case. The previous slide, those are really applicable to all industries, but specifically for healthcare, some of the reasons that our customers use MoveIt, the medical billing process, that's a big one. Your EHR system might be generating the claim files that you need to send to the clearinghouse or to the different payers, but it likely does not also include the way to do that. So, offloading that to a solution to MoveIt can be leveraged to help streamline that claims processing. And also, just any of the other files that need to be transferred. I mean, payroll might need to transfer the payroll file. It's amazing all the different types of data and business critical processes that are dependent on file transfers in healthcare, and really being able to do that in a formal solution that provides the features and capabilities necessary is beneficial. So really just a little bit then about MoveIt from Progress Software. I mean, if you take away one thing, it's secure and compliant managed file transfer. That really is, in a nutshell, what MoveIt does. We have thousands of different organizations, many of them in healthcare, that are using MoveIt every day for transferring mission critical data. It really allows them to have the utmost control and security over those transfers, especially when it's being exchanged with external business partners. And also, just touching on it again, being able to automate those file transfers so that if somebody wants to take a vacation, you don't have to worry that the files are not going to get transferred that day because, Susie's out of the office or whatnot. But, all right, so rather than just focusing on the PowerPoints, we're going to do a little bit of a demonstration here now so you can see firsthand MoveIt in action. So we'll get my screen shared out here. And all right. So since we're talking quite a bit about being able to automate transfers and stuff, I'll give you a sense of how you would be able to do that with the MoveIt automation component of MoveIt. So I'm logged on to a MoveIt automation server. This is the dashboard. So the dashboard is really the default screen that the administrator or even end users would see when logging on. Just provide some high-level visibility into, if you start to see you have a lot of failed task runs or failed file activities, that might be an indicator that something's wrong, needs some troubleshooting. Also some metrics about, these will make more sense in a minute, but like the number of different hosts and tasks that you have configured in Move It Automation and which of those are the most active. So Move It Automation, the main configuration elements revolve around setting up hosts and then defining tasks. So we'll talk to each of those here briefly. So what are hosts? Well, those are going to be the different types of servers or endpoints that Move It Automation, that you're going to configure Move It Automation to connect to and transfer files to or from. So those could be anything from, say, simple network shares in your environment that you set up a UNC path to external vendors or partners that you want to connect to via SSH or SFTP over SSH, one of the protocols commonly used in MFT, along with FTPS. And more recently now, a lot of people are needing to transfer to or from, say, cloud storage like S3 or Azure Blobs or even SharePoint Online. So the idea is you define here on this host tab any of those different connections, and I'll just pick one that we're going to use here in a minute called Clearinghouse, where we're going to send some files to, some claim files to. So you just, you're able to define that. You can go in here and test those connections to make sure they're successful. So really, especially if anyone on the call has set up any sort of FTP or SFTP transfers and other tools or try to write scripts and stuff, might really appreciate how you're able to, set these up in a very nice and clean fashion. And then really where it gets fun is when we start to build out the tasks. So a Move It Automation server might have tens or hundreds or even thousands of different tasks set up. And really, then each one of them is just there independent of one another. We'll have a schedule associated with it that'll automatically kick off those tasks, run, transfer the files, send off email notifications, and also capture in the logs whether or not the task was successful or not and what files were transferred. So we'll take a look at this one here. This is our 837 claims. Those are, billing files, 837 files. And so you might have whatever your EHR is, whether it's homegrown, commercial, whatever, probably is going to be outputting files. And like in this case, we've got files just being output to a network share here. But then we need to send them over to our clearinghouse for processing. So in order to automate that, the administrator tasked with automating those transfers can use Move It Automation to create a task. And you can see here, these are very straightforward and easy to see what exactly this task will do when it runs. So in this case, our task has a source, which is going to go out and, be looking for those files that we just showed. So this task will be monitoring this UNC share called share A for any files that match star.txt. So you can set up wildcards and only match the files that you want to transfer. And then afterwards, delete those files. So that way you don't transfer them multiple times. Once you successfully transfer them, Move It Automation can delete them. It can run a script or processes. In this case, we're just using a custom script, really just to capture the original name of the file so we can include that in our email notification down here. But then to upload the files, once again, you're just able to click and browse and go out and see. We did a test run earlier, so we've already got some files out here from earlier. But real easy. You don't have to, sit there and try and copy and paste folder paths and stuff. You can browse right out there. Do some renaming on the fly using built-in macros. So determine what we're going to put a date timestamp on here. On the file name on the destination. Also save a copy for an archival purpose, so we can, do more complex things in this. But even this is something that would be fairly complex to do in a script. And then automation has its own built-in scheduler, so that way you're not having to kick off and run this task from some other scheduler. Instead, the scheduling capabilities are all built right in to MoveIt automation, as are the alerting. So like here, we'll send some different alerts or notifications, I should say. So on success, this notification will let somebody know that the task ran and whether it was successful or not and what files were transferred. Or if there's an error or a failure, that'll trigger a notification too. So we can enable this. And once enabled, the task, will kick off and run automatically via the scheduler. Or, if ever need be, you can always just go in and kick off and run a task. So really here you'd be able to see, at a glance, anytime a task is running, and you can filter them by tasks that failed or, what tasks have succeeded. This is really only going to show you the results of the last run. So it's the audit logs that you can go to if you really want to be able to, go in and see historically every time a task is ran, or even, for example, if you want to drill down into a specific task, you can just click here, view the run history. That's taken me right into this screen filtered to that task. Could drill down even further than into the file activity. It's giving you really granular details about, each and every file transfer. If you want, you can filter down and, only look at just the uploads. If you know the file name, say you need to try and track down to see whether a file that matched a certain file name was transferred, you could start typing and filter that way, and just bring up the activity record. So this is really getting to the heart of the granular detail that MoveIt automation captures for each and every single file transfer that it performs. And then if desired, sometimes there's multiple people within an organization that are interested in monitoring the file transfer activities, but you don't always want to give them full access to the tool that's doing them. So for example, here, this user, when they log on, just sees that one task because that's all they've been given access to. Similarly, when they go to the reports, they would only, be able to see there. So like if it's somebody where, primarily they're going to get a notification like so, informing them that this task is ran, but they might then need to go in and investigate further. Being able to provide them access to that web interface is a great benefit. So, all right, let me stop sharing, and I think that takes us to our questions. So do we have any questions?
Absolutely, yeah, we do, Tony. Great presentation. Yeah, thanks for doing that demo. That was really cool to see it, see MoveIt in action. While we take those questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Progress software solution? So let's see, we'll just start off with First question I see here, they're asking, how many people does it typically take to manage a move it file transfer application?
Yeah, great question. I mean, and obviously that's going to vary from organization to organization. I mean, we have customers where, they have an automation server and maybe 10 different transfers that they're doing or something. So that's probably not even taking much of one administrator's time. And then we also have companies where they're transferring tens of thousands of files a day, which is definitely going to require more care and feeding. So it's, really impossible to put a specific number on it, but, we certainly see that it's going to take far less time to administer file transfers using MoveIt than, say, if you're trying to cobble it together with homegrown scripts and maybe a off-the-shelf SFTP server or something like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Here's a question from Bradford who's asking if this solution would be able to send secure links to documents that are hosted on an on-prem server and then have those links expire after a specific period of time.
So sort of. There's really two components to MoveIt. There's MoveIt automation and MoveIt transfer. Just in the sake of time, today the demonstration focused on MoveIt automation, which it would not really address that use case. However, MoveIt transfer has a feature called ad hoc transfer that we have a lot of healthcare companies using, like if they need to send images to a different provider for second opinion or a referral or something like that. And so it wouldn't work exactly like the question was posed, but an end user would be able to, authenticate to their MoveIt transfer server, compose an ad hoc package, attach the file to that package so it would be stored encrypted on a MoveIt transfer server, and then the external recipient would be able to come in and retrieve it using the link, and then that package would expire after however many hours or days are specified.
Okay, got it. Thank you for explaining that.
Sure.
Here's another question. Do you have any healthcare customers that use MoveIt?
Yes. Yes. Obviously a lot of them are very security conscious, and so I don't know off the top of my head, what names to throw out there or not. But yeah, I mean, MoveIt is heavily adopted in both the financial services and in healthcare.
Nice. And then this person's asking, how would MoveIt work with an EHR?
Yeah, so that was kind of what I was touching on, was the use case, because we see this one a lot where, the EHR system will output files to a file system, like claim files, for example, but that's kind of the extent of it, and then it's really up to, the organization to figure out how to transfer those files to wherever they need to go. So while it wouldn't really tightly, or typically doesn't tightly integrate with EHRs, instead it really integrates through the common file system where the EHR writes files to a folder in a predetermined location, and MoveIt automation might pick up and move them somewhere. Or conversely, MoveIt automation might be going out to external places and pulling down files and depositing them into a location where then they would get ingested into the EHR.
Got it. Okay. Excellent. Well, so what's the best way to get started with Progress, Tony? Is it the free trial?
Yeah, I mean the free trial, or you can do a contact sales, save yourself some time and effort, talk to a sales rep to maybe first determine if Move It is a good fit for your use case. And then if it looks like it potentially solves a problem for you, a free trial is available if you just want to test it out, or a demonstration and then a trial. That's really the best way to get started with it.
Excellent. All right. Well, Tony, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much for your great presentation and cool demo.
All right. Thank you.
And for more information on Progress Move It, check out the Handouts tab there. There's a resource entitled The 7 File Transfer Challenges of Healthcare IT. If you haven't answered the poll question, now's the time to do it. I will now announce our next prize winner. This is an Amazon $500 gift card, and it's going to Sheila Augustine from Nebraska. Congratulations. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to Mr. Eric Wright, Technology Evangelist and Director of Technical Marketing at Turbonomic. Hey, Eric, how you doing?
All righty, I think I'm here.
Hey,
Thank you, David, for the... Sorry about that. As if by magic, I was suddenly dropped off the earth there in the midst of the intro. So thank you for letting me join today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have you on the EcoCast, Eric. Always good to chat with you. Take it away.
All right. So thank you to everybody. What I've really wanted to make sure we could hone in on today is the concept of how can we make sure that we can bring modern health applications to a modern health infrastructure and a modern health business. We've learned a lot over the past 18 months, stuff that we never thought we would be able to learn and adapt to. And I'm very proud of the work that my team and, of course, all the folks like yourselves who are out making sure that we can do incredible things around innovation both in health as well as in technology. So my name is Eric Wright. I'm the Technology Evangelist here at Turbonomic. I have a couple of decades of career experience myself in financial services and in health services. So it's exciting to be able to take the stories that we've learned there, and I'll give you the quick run through on precisely what the challenge is that we're solving. And I think modern healthcare IT solutions really come around maintaining what we've had and keeping it operating in sort of optimal configuration, as well as enabling the next generation of everything. I use this to describe my life and the life that many of you folks experience right now, right? We sort of felt like we were heroic when our team leads gave us a bonus monitor. And I remember the days of thinking that I could actually do so much more, and it actually became an expectation. Right? What have we learned in tech that we just keep putting more tools and more products in front of our team and our people, and in the end, we're expected to automatically be exponentially better at things. We're supposed to be exponentially faster. The downside to it, of course, is that it's not always the case. In fact, it's even more confusing because we've got development teams, operation teams, NetOps, SecOps. We've got all sorts of something ops. But in the end, the real thing that matters is that monitor in the top center of the screen, which is the payload, in this case, of a SpaceX rocket that's going to the space station. The CIO for your healthcare environment, they're concerned about patient outcomes, client outcomes, hospital outcomes, human outcomes. But the rest of us who are sitting behind those seats, we're learning Python and Ruby and learning cloud, learning about Kubernetes. We're throwing ourselves into all sorts of new technologies. But we can't forget where we came from. And this is one of the biggest challenges, right? Because we have the traditional legacy applications, and I even despise that word. It's legacy because it's got a history, not because it's old. I always say if you call it legacy, I call it production. So they're generally more simplified, monolithic, typical apps. They're packaged. They don't go out as often. and we've got a fairly structured team set and a fairly structured infrastructure stack that's running them. But even there, we saw huge inefficiencies and huge issues around performance and operational issues that continue to plague folks in the industry. And then you've got this modern application stack, and that modern application stack is much more complex. It's containerized platforms. It's leveraging Kubernetes. It's microservices architectures. And while operationally, this allows us to get resiliency and reliability that we didn't have in traditional monolithic apps, we've also got now like 47 different team names, right? We're something ops, we're DevOps, we're SREs, whatever the name is. We need to make sure that applications get to production and that they perform. And that's really the focus for us, is that if I look at my CIO and their outcomes, they have to make sure that they are maintaining the cost of operations effectively, maintaining the business being strong. So they have to make sure that they're hitting things around revenue targets, reputational targets. When something happens and you see that spinny circle and your customers see that spinny circle, it means they may go elsewhere, and we can't have that. So we started at the top, right? The industry said, let's go to APM. And APM seemed like it was a fantastic fit because it was application performance monitoring. Great. I can monitor the performance, but that didn't actually help. It gave better insights at the top, but what about the layers underneath it? Whether it's containers and platform as a service, or traditional virtualization and private cloud, or infrastructure as a service around on-premises or in public cloud. And then they're running on very complex and diverse networks. Even more so, the concern is that every single instance is a new team, a new tool, and more data that's separated from itself and from each other. If you come away from here with nothing more than to understand what Turbonomic does, the how we do it is very important. And it's really, really cool, and I'm excited about it. But the what we do is really important, which is Turbonomic makes sure that applications get the resources they need when they need them, continuously and automatically. How we do it is, first of all, giving comprehensive visibility. So from the application down through the infrastructure, to be able to see everything, including the interdependencies between those resources. Giving application-driven prioritization of when do you do things like size, scale, move, deploy, provision, deprovision resources in order to meet the demand of applications as they fluctuate continuously in real time. And then giving you, first of all, decisions. So using those analytics to drive prescriptive decisions and actions that you can take. Like I said, sizing, scaling, adding additional resources, removing resources where they're unnecessary and wasted. And when it comes to things like the public cloud, on premises, we didn't really see the benefit necessarily of being more efficient because you couldn't send a server back. But on the cloud, you're literally being charged by the second. So you can realize the benefits of making decisions immediately. It's pretty profound. I've got a couple of very specific use cases, and I'm not going to go through here because I really want to just jump right in. I'm going to show you what the platform looks like, and we can really walk through how this can be impactful to you and your team. So if you want to go to turbonomic.com/healthcare, we've got very specific resources that'll help you, allows you to connect, and I recommend you do there. We've got a great customer case, which was Providence Health. They have been such a great partner in what we did together, and there are many others like it. So if you're looking for pure confirmation of what I'm going to show you, so what I'm going to do is jump in and make sure. I'll give the old classic question. Dave, are you seeing my screen? Make sure everything's working all right here because I switched tabs. I don't want to lose track of it.
I do see your screen, yeah. It looks good, Eric.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And, of course, as well, questions on the way, please do fire them into the chat. David will make sure. So, like I said, the goal here of Turbo is making sure that applications get the resources they need when they need them, continuously and automatically. It begins by being able to understand from the application down through whatever infrastructure it is, whether it's containerized or on virtual machine infrastructure, literally down to the host, out to the storage, out to the network, out to the cloud, even understand specific, very distinct workloads like BDI, and being able to understand the relationship of what those applications are consuming in order to drive their performance and what's needed in order to assure performance, do it as efficiently as possible, and as well making sure that we maintain business and policy and IT compliance. So things like data locality and workload placement and specific rules around operational guidelines that you want to give. And because we can do this without agents, we're just plugging into the different management layers of your different infrastructure platforms and your cloud. We give, as I said, this application-centric view. So that when I just, first of all, I want to surface the risk to my environment. And I want to be able to say that here's my applications that are either defined, in this case, they may be defined by APM. They may be defined within our platform itself. We have our own capability to craft an application architecture based on tagging or any search criteria. But to be able to take something, here's an app instrumented by an APM platform, where we're actually getting very specific application quality of service metrics like response time and transaction throughput. And from there, we're also able to see all the different service layers, and Turbo already knows the relationship to the underlying resources. So we know it runs on 4 virtual machines. We know that it runs in a virtual data center. It's spanning across 2 hosts. We know what storage it's attached to. So the classic case here is that your APM will say, oh, there's some spikes that are going on, but it looks like it's healthy. The truth is, though, from the application down, it's not just about showing you whether there's issues or not. It's being able to take actions to alleviate them before they occur or while they're occurring. So in this case here, I actually need to size up virtual memory. We give you the data and understanding of the reason the decision's being made. We understand the before and after result. And on top of that, we understand the relationship to other resources in the environment. So when I'm adding virtual memory to this particular machine, I know it's what the shared adjacent infrastructure looks like. So the advantage we've got now is that making sure that any change we make at the application layer as well is never going to be made to harm any other part of the environment. So what you end up having is, things like heap and database memory and very specific application metrics. So I'll never size down a virtual machine lower than the heap setting in the application. Very critical, because otherwise what happens is your application developers will never trust a decision that you make because your team has impacted the availability of their application. So regardless of what type of application it is, the other advantage is now we can actually do specific things like giving SLO markers to say that as this particular application approaches this response time, it begins to influence the actions that happen further down. And this could be everything from sizing and scaling and moving virtual machines and storage, sizing and changing the application, like adding additional database memory or JVM heap size, etc. So that's a pure application and infrastructure understanding. So whether you're on premises and you think in the context of clusters and data centers, we've got a very simple visualization to show you the context that's meaningful to you. If you're running a cloud environment, then we give you the view of, first of all, immediately your accounts, which inevitably you're running probably more than one cloud, definitely more than one account subscription, lots of different resource groups and application product groups, to be able to very quickly get, number one, to understand what's the current operating environment, what are the risks, what are the savings and the optional need we have to add resources for performance, and to take you right specifically to the actions. So that, again, when you've got to go to your developer, your DBAs, anybody in the environment, an app owner, you can say, I need to be able to make a decision where I can give you more resources, take away resources because it's either A, not getting enough performance, or more concerning, that you're ultimately overspending because we've made guesswork decisions around sizing and scaling. And then it can be whether it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, like Azure SQL and AWS RDS. And then when it comes to containerization, really quickly, on Kubernetes, to be able to look now, whether you're looking from the container cluster up, whether it's managed Kubernetes on cloud, or whether it's Kubernetes on bare metal. It could be, an example, it could be an OpenShift environment that's running on premises or even in a hybrid environment. Again, very quickly, where's the clusters? Looking from the cluster up, seeing what are the right sizing and scaling of the container layers, the pod sizing and scaling, assigning the right specification for future instantiations of those containers. And on top of that, what's the right scaling for your namespace allocations and quotas? We cannot continue to move into new generations of application infrastructure if we're going to take the same practices forward. There's a lot of opportunities now for us to be able to change the way we run operations, and it's also about tomorrow. So the same platform that's running your real-time environment, we can also run what-if scenarios and show, based on different plan types, what if I were to optimize my container cluster? What if I were to optimize my cloud? What if I were to virtually merge multiple on-prem clusters and treat them as a shared elastic pool of resources, which we actually just did for Sewell America, a fantastic use case where they went from like 27 clusters. They were able to get rid of almost 9 clusters, I think, in the end. They were just unused resources, and they got better performance. So there's definite wins. There's a lot. When it comes to the profile of the business that you're running, we know the importance. We've got West Coast companies that are doing deep research around pharmaceuticals, and we are optimizing their real-time environment in research, which, as you know, if you lose minutes of data, it could mean restarting a research program. And they trust us to run their systems in automation, and we've got lots of other cases like that. So regardless of what your app is, regardless of what your infrastructure is, regardless of what your current state of adoption of cloud is, or Kubernetes, we've got lots of ways in which we can help you by giving you the right decisions and doing them without impacting your team, because this can all be automated as well. These are not just, you can take them manually, but there's many other ways to interact. So sorry, that's me, I know, and I lost my sound a bit, so I've sort of eaten up more time. David, any questions that are coming in from the chat side?
Absolutely, yeah. We got some great questions. Thank you for taking time to do the demo. That was really cool to see Turbonomic in action here on the EcoCast. While we take questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like? So first question I wanted to ask you here, Eric, they're asking if Turbonomic is an APM. They say it seems to be combining APM with infrastructure tuning.
Yeah. So the fun part about defining a new category of the world, we actually often call ourselves APRM, so Application Performance Resource Management. So it is really Application Resource Management under the covers. APM is interesting that it does monitoring and gets analytics, but there's nothing that it can do, and it also can't really see below the application workload. So APM, very fantastic for especially critical apps, but in most companies, even if you've adopted APM, it's really expensive to run everywhere. So the beauty of Turbo is that we could define those applications within Turbo and give APM-like capabilities without the agents, but then do it without you having to be licensing APM across the board. So because you have a lot of back office apps that you want to define them, and then you don't want to be able to have to license more, whether it's Dynatrace, AppD, New Relic, Instana. we actually plug in with all of those different partners, or Prometheus, if you're using Prometheus. Shout out to the open source crew amongst us.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I like that. Kind of a new category. And this question from Ned, I think, goes along with it a little bit. He's asking really how Turbonomic helps to bridge the gap between the application and the infrastructure teams.
Yes, I think this is my favorite one because I've been trying to do this, but IT organizations have more silos than a Saskatchewan wheat field. That's a joke for my Canadian friends. We definitely have the ability now that I can go to a DBA. It was a great call the other day, actually. A DBA gets on the call and we say, you need to remove CPUs from your environment because you're having performance issues. And the DBA, like any normal human would, says, you're crazy. If I remove virtual CPUs, how is it going to improve performance? And we said, because Turbo is showing you that you're in a long wait state because you've got too many virtual CPUs allocated and there's never enough available in order to service the request. So he took the advice from the decision. We lowered it from 16 to 8 virtual CPUs, and they saw an improvement in performance of the database server and the applications running on it. So whether it's the DBA or the Java developer or the application owner, we gave the data and then they can see the actions. They say, okay, show me. And you can take the action manually at first. And then from there, that means that operations team said, we've been trying with this DBA for 5 years for them to listen to us, and they never believed us. But because we showed them data and we showed them a decision, they were able to take it, and it worked out well. So that's the real, I think, bridging story is let's give people the data they need to believe in the decision, and then from there, then they can just trust the decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that story. And I mean, the data helped to convince everyone and not only improve performance, but save money, at the same time. So it's kind of a win-win for everyone once everyone has this kind of common visibility into what's happening. And then, as you said, initially manually, you can make these changes, but once you have that complete trust in the tool, you can automate these sort of actions. I like it. Next question, how does Turbonomic capture and store historical performance in its analysis?
Yes. So because we're grabbing continuous information from the environment, from applications all the way through the different layers, we also maintain historical peaks, historical averages, and then we have a smoothing function over the course of long periods of time. But the reason why the historical is interesting to us is that, number one, in the Turbonomic ARM environment, or application resource management, those peaks and averages will influence the decision. So if I see a machine spiking all the time or an application spiking all the time, if I see a lull for 3 days, I'm not going to suddenly size it down because I recognize there's a historical pattern. So that history is helpful in driving the AI behind it. For further investigation, we actually have a platform called Turbonomic Data Cloud, where we stream that data to a persistent storage that's a SaaS-based offering. And from there, we can actually see highly granular data from all these different high cardinality sources, and you can slice it and dice it from that point on. But the real-time environment in ARM is the history plus real-time paired together to make sure the decisions are the most accurate.
Absolutely, yeah. That historical data really gives it better decision-making, better perspective, I'm sure. Another question here, they want to know, when it comes to implementing Turbonomic, how much configuration is required to make it happen?
Luckily, I'll say it's easy as 1, 2, 3. Put in credentials for whether it's a cloud provider or hypervisor provider or an application server or an APM. Just plug in the API key, and then that's it. So you can either deploy Turbo as we've got a SaaS offering. We also have on-premises deployments. You can run us in Kubernetes as a native operator in OpenShift, as an example, or we have a containerized version of the platform. So super easy. And if you're a Cisco customer as well, we have Intersite Workload Optimizer is the name of the platform that we offer there. It's literally just Turbonomic, but it's run in the Intersite SaaS platform. So lots of ways to deploy, and it's as quick as you can type your credentials in.
Very cool. I'm learning a lot here as well. I didn't know there were so many different forms and deployment options of Turbonomic, so that's very cool to see and to learn about. Eric, if folks want to get started with Turbonomic, what's the best option? What do you recommend?
Yeah, well, just went into turbonomic.com/healthcare. Make sure that we can start with specific use cases that are meaningful to this audience. But beyond that, just go to turbonomic.com, and we've got a chat there. We've got lots of ways to outreach your team, or you can reach out through your Cisco team if you're engaged with Cisco already, as well as IBM. Of course, we were recently acquired by IBM. Very proud of a big change that's happened in our company. So you can reach through your IBM rep, and just any VAR, anybody else that you want to get in contact with. They're inevitably, we've got well over 3,000 customers, and there's lots of ways in which you can get a hold of Turbo.
Excellent. All right. Well, really cool demo. Great presentation. It's great to have you on, Eric. I look forward to having you back on again. Thank you so much.
Most deaf. I'll fix my phone better next time. Thank you very much, David, and to all the team at ActualTech, and for all the folks attending today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Eric. Take care. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. I'll leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going to Dick Burgess from California. Congratulations, Dick Burgess from California. All right, and now we're going to keep the EcoCast moving. I'm excited now to bring on our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. J. Wolfgang Gorlick, Advisory CISO at Duo. Wolfgang, are you there?
Hey, I am. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And thanks for getting my name right. And almost no one does. Starting off great right off the bat.
Yeah. Take it away, Wolfgang.
Well, I'm glad to be here. What I'm going to be talking about today is what works in security programs in healthcare. As mentioned previously, I am the advisory CISO over at Duo Security. My background is in leading IT and IT security in financial services and in the healthcare verticals. And it can be tremendously difficult to answer the question, okay, we want to do X. What do we need to do to get to X? What is the right behaviors that align with the right outcomes? And so I'm going to be talking about some work that Cisco and Scientia did to study this problem. And then I'm going to deep dive into the specific findings for healthcare. This report that I'm covering is available in your handouts up under Duo Security. So to get all the nitty-gritty and all the data behind it, all the things I'm not going to cover within 20 minutes, to get all that, grab the handout, and you will be able to follow along and take this back with you. After looking at healthcare, I am going to deep dive on resiliency. We've really seen an increased importance in resiliency over the past 12 to 24 months. And it's surprising because so often business continuity has been relegated to the junior analyst. The backups have been relegated to the entry-level IT guy, and our incident response plan is gathering dust in the corner. So I want to pull up some of the stats that we found on resiliency and talk about how we can use disaster recovery and incident response strategically in the healthcare organization. So as we all know, and I love this quote from McKinsey, this year has been a year of transitions, right? This has been a year where we take stock of what has happened. We catch our breath a little bit, and we hopefully carry forward some of the things that have worked very well, I know for one, I've really enjoyed telemedicine. I had a call and an appointment earlier today. It's so convenient. So we hopefully carry forward some of the things that have worked well and then resume normal and some of the things that unfortunately have gone to the wayside. And in doing so, the question always is, well, from a security perspective, what should we be doing? What really moves the needle? And I think most honest security people, when asked that question, look something like this, right? And your jaws slack. You're like, well, I heard about a case study. Well, I once had some success. Well, there's this one time. Well, my sister's cousin's best friend told me that if you double down on this particular application, there's been a lot of conversation over the years, but there hasn't really been much study in terms of what behaviors are correlated with what outcomes. So I was really excited to see this partnership between Scientia and Cisco, which studied this very problem. They did a double-blind survey. Double-blind is important because one of the data points will jump out at you when you see it, and you wonder, wait a minute, did they answer that because it was duo, or did they answer that because it was double-blinded? They didn't know who we were. We didn't know who they were other than demographic data. They looked at 4,800 respondents, 25 different countries, industries across the gamut, organizations from small, medium, large to full-on enterprise. And they asked the questions, what are you doing and what outcomes are you seeing? Now, within that data set, specific to the handout, there were 281 healthcare organizations, provider organizations that were included in this data set, and that's what I want to look at next. Again, the question is, what are the outcomes that organizations are seeing in terms of enabling the business, which means better physician care, better patient care, better physician retention, enabling those partnerships and provider networks, responding to the need to do telemedicine, managing risk, as it says in the tin, providing security services, avoiding ransomware, avoiding outages, operating efficiently and effectively, making the best use of the investments that our organizations have made in our security programs, in our hospital systems and provider networks. And so that really breaks down into a series of outcomes, including gaining executive buy-in and competency, managing top risks, and so on. So we start with, these are the outcomes that we all want, right? We all want to be handling these three main things. What does it take to get there? One of the things, before I get to what it takes to get there, that we found interesting was, in some ways, healthcare organizations are significantly better than their peers. And of course, in other ways, there are some gaps. If you look at this chart, the ways that healthcare outperforms their peer groups is on the right. The way that it's harder to achieve is on the left. And meeting compliance regs, even though half of organizations in the healthcare segment still said that they were struggling to meet compliance regs, and I will circle back to this. I will pull out some of the correlated and non-correlated activities that can drive compliance. But even though half of them were saying they were struggling, it still well outperformed the wider study, was around 42%. So healthcare organizations are more compliant. They've got greater confidence of the executive team. They've got greater ability to avoid major incidents. I think a lot of that speaks to the segmentation and the nuts and bolts, the bread and butter security efforts that have been in place for 10, 20 years now. And then we start to see areas where there are some concerns, right? It's more difficult to streamline the IR processes. It's more difficult in healthcare to create a culture of security. I think that one makes sense. We're not in the job of security. We're in the job of patient health and safety, so I can see why that one would slip, but that is a challenge. It's also more difficult to get peer buy-in compared to the wider set. So there's some interesting things that we need to do. Oh, one additional one that I want to point out, it's also harder to retain top talent. So in a day and age where we've got such an impetus to grow our team, maintain our team, in a day and age where so many people are talking about the talent shortage, it's very difficult compared to our peer groups to retain security talent. So there's definitely some things that we can look at and work on improving. Now, when we dig into the outcomes and the behaviors, some things surface around specific practices that drive outcomes. For the enabling of the business, one of the top ones, and you'll see it right down the row, from keeping up with the business to gaining executive confidence to obtaining buy-in to creating security culture, one of the top ones, and again, I want to reemphasize that this was a double-blinded study. One of the top ones was tech refresh. I don't quite have an answer for why that is. I've got a supposition. I think it's related to spending time with the executive team, spending time with our peers, spending time when the projects are going live. I think it's related to the growing awareness that security needs to be pushed further on to the shift left, as everyone talks about, right? Further on to the beginning of development life cycles, further on to the beginning of product acquisitions. I think it has to do with the cadence of projects that's driving this. We don't have an answer for that, but I suspect that's what it is. In addition to, of course, newer technology has better controls. You'll also see well-integrated tech is directly correlated with obtaining peer buy-in and creating a security culture. I think that makes sense. If IT and IT security are well integrated, we're going to be speaking the same language, from asset inventories to SIEM reporting to vulnerability management. We're going to be speaking the same language. In addition, I think if it's well integrated, the technology itself tends to create and foster security culture. So I think about, like, from a Duo perspective, every time I get prompted, hey, you need to update your phone before you connect to something. You need to update Chrome. You haven't closed those 1,600 tabs you have open, and you need to before you. Those types of things reinforce a security culture. So there's some interesting aspects of that. Now, obviously, the goal is doing patient health care and safety, right? That's why we're here. And when we're trying to defend our networks against malware and ransomware, phishing, and all these other threats, there can be a lot of pressure to get that right. And that was only exacerbated with the move to telehealth and virtual medicine, especially with a great increase in services that have been delivered through this vehicle. So one of the things I think we need to start doing, if we're really good at exec support, peer buy-in, those sort of things, is moving the emphasis and the focus of control, the focal of control, towards where telehealth and virtual medicine have introduced vulnerabilities. That, of course, is personal devices, consumer-grade medical devices. That, of course, is concern about what happens in the patient's home, what happens with patient shadow IT and whatnot. There's a lot of technical risk that's being incurred with this shift. The next aspect is managing risks. So you can see this software development approach, 15.5% more likely, firms are 15.5% more likely to be managing top risks if they reported that they were successful in this practice. I would tie that back to what I was saying earlier about tech refresh. I think these go hand in hand. If you've got a really good acquisition lifecycle, if you've really got a good development lifecycle, if you got a really good change advisory board, if you have a really good architecture board, you are embedding these controls early and regularly, and they are part of the contracts, they're part of the requirements, they get implemented. We're going to come back to meeting compliance regs towards the end of this. When we look at the shift to remote work, that has, of course, put more pressure on these personal devices and incurred more risk. I love this quote about the future of work arriving ahead of schedule. I had one conversation with an architect that recently told me that the pandemic had pulled forward the roadmap 7 years. 7 years. They figured where they're going to get with, telemedicine and partner networks and BOID, all that. That was 7 to 10 years in the future, and now they're doing it in 2021. Really interesting time to be alive. So there's been a shift in this as well towards tackling more of what would fall under the auspices of zero trust, using strong user authentication, of course, but also doing the device level checks, making sure the devices are compliant, can't access the network, making sure that we've created an environment where when we have provider networks and it's not our employee and it's not our device, we still have controls over it. There's been a greater emphasis on that, and I think that ties back to our ability to manage risk as we've seen this outcomes report. The final one is security operating effectively. No surprise, if IT and security are working together, we're in a good spot, right? No surprise if you have sufficient staff, we're in a good spot. But that does go back to what I said earlier, which is it's very difficult today for healthcare orgs to retain staff, more difficult than their peer groups. So even if we do have sufficient staff and are running cost effectively, that outcome is at risk if we're in a situation where retention is a concern. And it really is a very broad concern across the industry. All right, so that is this healthcare specific data out of this report. Again, it's the Duo Security handout is available to you. I'd encourage you to grab it. There's a lot more commentary than I'm going to get to in 10, 15 minutes. I want to zoom out now. I want to zoom out and look at all 4,800 respondents. And I want to look at this data a little bit differently. So one of the things that we've been doing, and I do a number of advisory work through my day job, but I also do CISO coaching at night. I love security. I love this industry. I think it's a very noble profession, especially when attached to other very noble professions like healthcare. And so I've been having a lot of conversations around the clock about, okay, what does 2022 look like? What does my roadmap look like? I'm trying to accomplish this. What should I do? So I'm trying to, keep up with the business. What behaviors should I be following? And I've been using this data in the wider report to drive a lot of these conversations. So when I mentioned at the beginning that 50% of healthcare orgs say they struggle with compliance, I want to share with you two things. One, practices that are correlated with meeting compliance. If there's certain practices that we're doing that we should either increase, amp up, or make sure have compliance as part of the regular cadence, let's touch on those. And then I'll get to things that we're probably doing that are not correlated or even negatively correlated with compliance. So the first set is no-brainers. If executives like us, if we've got good strategy, if we've got enough staff, if we understand security in the business, we're in a good spot. I think that's pretty obvious. That tech refresh, the integration, and the ability to remediate and keep tech once it's in place in a good position. That's also directly correlated with compliance regulations. And I think if you've got a vulnerability management program, if you've got an acquisitions program, if you've got a development lifecycle program, any of those components, I'm sure you have compliance in there, but if you're looking to increase your compliance and ability to meet regs, those are levers that you should be pulling. Finally, IR and learning from incidents. I'm going to get back to that when I get to resiliency, but we can't ignore those points. Now, there are things we're probably doing that don't move the needle, right? There's things that we think are incredibly important because my sister's cousin once told me, or because I built a program on this 20 years ago. And that last one isn't an exaggeration. I did build a program on some of these things 20 years ago. But these are things that don't necessarily move the needle. And they include things like, surprisingly, an asset inventory. For how much we talk about in a CMDB, it was not correlated with compliance. I suspect that ties into what I said earlier, which is we've shifted more to a zero trust approach. And with zero trust, strong authenticated users, strong authenticated devices, comes a dynamic inventory. And I think that's what's driving the lack of CMDB moving the needle. These somewhat sexier aspects of security, threat hunting, threat intelligence, right, doesn't move the needle from a compliance perspective. Strangely, having a sufficient amount of budget and tech doesn't seem to move the needle. Why that is, I don't know. You would think that having enough would contribute, but it isn't. And finally, what I think is really damning is security awareness and training. We spend so much time on training, but I think as a industry, we've come to learn that awareness does not equate to action, especially a couple of days coming off Security Awareness Month. How much did that drive compliance? Probably not that much. Now, resiliency, I'll spend the last minute or so talking about resiliency with you guys. When we look at the top practices that drive most things, the stodgy ones, right? Disaster recovery, business continuity, instant response, the stodgy practices that we usually delegate to a junior person had a disproportionately large impact on organizations' ability to achieve security. Organizations with the resilience were more likely to gain confidence of execs and keep up with the business and manage top risks. I think that comes from business impact analysis and our ability to frame a security effort in the mission of the organization. Right? We are doing a effort to improve telemetry in our devices. We're not necessarily patching something or implementing a particular control. We're framing it in that wider context, which you can get from understanding how the pieces come together through an impact analysis. It's also more likely to have peer support and buy-in. It's more likely to minimize unplanned work. Again, I think it's because we come to a common understanding of what the technology means within context. And I think building those drills makes it much easier to avoid incidents. So if you're looking to move the needle with resilience, look at DR, look at IR, build plans, run those plans as drills, and build up a muscle. And in doing that, make sure you're sharing that information with the executive team, you're sharing that information with your peers, and doing it strategically to drive a lot of downstream value. So I know I'm just about time in terms of questions. I'll add one more thing to the resiliency conversation. In many ways, we've gotten really good with our EMRs and EHRs. As work has shifted, as the way we go to market has shifted, as the way we deliver healthcare services has shifted, we also need to make sure that IR, DR, the key components of resiliency, are shifting as well. So once we get really good at the workplace, make sure again to look at the secure remote areas and enclaves and the areas where we're delivering telehealth. So that's it from me on this. I'm going to open up to questions in just a minute. I think it's a really interesting time. And as we transition from 2021 to 2022, we're getting better at understanding what behaviors drive what outcomes. Scientia is running a updated version of the study right now. We hope to have some more data soon, as we undoubtedly have lots of questions from what we learned. So watch this space. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Really insightful presentation. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. We do have some questions for you. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Duo? And we appreciate your feedback on that poll. And so, let's see, first question that came in, Wolfgang, I wanted to ask you is this one. They say here, with KPIs and KRIs being the way we manage compliance today, why do you think program metrics isn't correlated with meeting compliance regulations?
I think there's a natural tendency to measure a lot of things. And with our tools, it can provide just a ton of data from how many authentications to how many devices to all sorts of things. What's really difficult is translating those program metrics into true performance indicators, into true risk indicators. And I think it's that gap that is really holding back the compliance side. If we're following a number, it can lead us in any sort of direction, but trying to gauge how fast you're going by the gas tank is a sure way to get pulled over.
Well said. Well said. I like that. Another question, what can be done in situations where I don't have control over the physician's or the provider's phone?
Yeah, so if we're going to open up healthcare records and we're going to have situations where the person is an employee and isn't on corporate devices, we still need to have some telemetry. With Duo, you can still get some base telemetry off of authenticating via the user agent string, via the Duo push. There's also a health app that can be installed that can get you a little bit more. But in those scenarios, we do have to be very careful to gather enough data to make good risk decisions, such as broadly, is this device up to date, is it locked, those sort of things, without incurring privacy risks or the expense of a full MDM. And I think there's a couple different tools that can be deployed to really balance out the usability and the privacy and the cost.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a challenge where, you're going to have independent physicians and things like that and providers. So glad that you all have that covered. Another question here, is resiliency only about incident response and disaster recovery?
You called me out. In my definition of resiliency as it applies to this data, I'm limiting it specifically to incident response and disaster recovery. You're really good and right to ask that question, because in more broader contexts and organizational contexts, the resiliency efforts can touch on staffing, can touch on people's performance, can touch on budgeting. But in terms of security practices, resiliency, I think, should be defined by the practices we can measure, and those two drive the majority of the outcomes.
Got it. Okay, excellent. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here on our live Q&A, but we really appreciate your presentation, Wolfgang. I learned a lot. Thank you so much for being on.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And to everyone listening, enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, and thank you to Duo Security, of course, for supporting us on the event today. Check out the handout that's there in your audience console, and it is, in fact, the report on the security outcome study that Wolfgang reviewed and talked about in his presentation. So make sure that you download that before you go, and that's a great resource. All right, I'll leave up the whole question for everyone out there to respond to while I announce our next prize winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Jamie Silva from New Jersey. Congratulations. Still 2 more gift cards to give out on the event today. And of course, don't forget about our best question prize. It's an Amazon $50 gift card, one for each of the sessions on the EcoCast today. And with that, it's time for our next presentation on the EcoCast. I'm excited now to introduce you to Fred Morton, Senior Sales Engineer at Mimecast. Fred, take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Frederick Morton, and I'm an Enterprise Sales Engineer with Mimecast. According to the 2021 Verizon Data Breach Investigations Report, since 2019, the healthcare sector has seen a shift from breaches caused by internal actors through the misdelivery of protected health information, to a majority of reported incidents being caused by external threat actors. In 50% of these cases, providers did not realize they had been breached until it was disclosed by the bad actors themselves, which normally came in the form of a ransom. As early as April 2020, Interpol, the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency in the United States all issued warnings that threat actors were actively targeting health institutions. Long gone are the days when covered entities and critical care providers were excluded from being targeted by cybercriminal gangs. The predictions are now coming to pass, with 73% of healthcare institutions expecting to be harmed this year by an attack, and 43% of healthcare providers having already experienced a ransomware attack. Now that's according to both Mimecast's State of Email Security and the Ponemon Institute surveys. If healthcare providers are anticipating the inevitable attack, how are nearly half still falling prey to these threat actors and suffering breaches? Where is the disconnect? In my talk, we will cover the current threat landscape for healthcare. We will discuss who the threat actors are, their motives and tactics, and also their techniques. And finally, how organizations can better mitigate, respond, and recover from an attack. According to the FBI, at the beginning of the pandemic, cyber attacks across all industries increased by 300%, with the healthcare industry becoming the primary target of attack. Bursting with personal information and financial information, medical records make an ideal target for cyber gangs and identity thieves. This, combined with a larger remote workforce and the rise of telemedicine, created new opportunities to breach healthcare provider networks. As we enter what we hope are the waning stages of the pandemic, cyber gangs are not relenting and are becoming increasingly vicious in their attacks. September saw a 23.7% month-over-month increase in data breaches reported to the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Civil Rights. The largest breach of September was reported by the state of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services, and that attack affected nearly 500,000 individuals. The cyber attack is believed to have been conducted by a nation-state hacking group. Also occurring in September, an eye care provider fell victim to a phishing attack, which gave access to email accounts containing the protected health information of 145,000 individuals. Now, it's important to note, of the 16 breaches reported in September, 6 were due to ransomware. Unlike a corporate office where employees have workstations with drives mapped to file servers, inpatient facilities have patients connected to network devices that quite often can't be patched, or often lack compensating controls to protect them from unauthorized access or attack. In addition, there are an estimated 10 to 15 networked medical devices per bed in a hospital. Consider a mid-sized 500-bed hospital. That facility could have upwards of 7,500 networked critical care devices vulnerable to a ransomware attack. We have been warned for over a year now of the increasing likelihood of such an attack. Sadly, this horrific scenario is starting to make headlines. In a lawsuit filed last month in Mobile, Alabama, a mother alleges her daughter died after suffering severe brain damage. She alleges the attending physician was unable to provide adequate care because the ransomware attack prevented the doctor from receiving vital telemetry from offline systems that could have saved the infant's life. In this tragic case, the identity of the cybercriminals responsible has not yet been made public as of the time of this presentation. However, we do know there are threat actors the healthcare and public sectors have been warned about as recent as October. They have demonstrated in 20% of their attacks they are not averse to using ransomware against covered entities to achieve their financial goals. Last month, Mandiant released a report warning of a financially motivated Russian-speaking group called Fin12 that uses the Ryuk variant of ransomware and leverages TrickBot initial access brokers. Initial access brokers are groups or individuals that have managed to obtain access to corporate networks through stolen credentials. Quite often, these usernames and passwords are obtained through simple phishing email attacks. According to the report, Fin12 has been responsible for several devastating ransomware attacks, going back as far as 2018. 20% of the group's attacks have targeted healthcare providers, which goes against previous threat actors who loosely committed to not targeting hospitals during the COVID-19 pandemic. So why healthcare and why ransomware? Healthcare is now a primary target for the very reason you would think it should not be targeted. They provide critical care services patients' lives depend on, which means healthcare and acute care services providers are more likely to quickly pay a ransom in order to save those lives. The report also noted healthcare organizations often lacked the resources to defend against ransomware attacks. Why ransomware? Ransomware gangs are motivated by financial gains, meaning everything is a business. The evolution of outsourcing different parts of the attack cycle has made it even harder for organizations to prevent and respond to incidents. It has also allowed ransomware groups to profit more by increasing the volume in which they are involved with multiple attacks, only having to specialize in certain areas. For example, the original penetration into an organization, such as a phishing email, may be one gang. The lateral movement and payload dropping may be another gang. And finally, the negotiation demands and providing the decryption key may be a complete separate gang, all taking a portion of the total ransom payment. Healthcare and several other sectors are seeing a proliferation of ransomware attacks primarily due to the vastly availability of malware kits and their ease of use. The growing use of untraceable cryptocurrencies combined with the ransomware as a service providers has created the climate in which healthcare providers are being forced to provide care. Before addressing the ways to reduce the likelihood of an attack, it is imperative that your organization have a clear understanding of its alignment with the requirements set forth in the HIPAA security and privacy regulations. The impact of fines and reputational damage caused by penalties levied by the Office of Civil Rights can be just as damaging to an organization as a ransomware attack. It is imperative to note, even though a covered entity may not have suffered a breach, it can still be fined for failure to comply with HIPAA regulations. To help organizations meet compliance requirements, the HIPAA Journal has compiled a checklist of elements identified by HHS OCR as components of an effective program. 1. Have you conducted the required annual audits or assessments? 2. Have you identified all the gaps uncovered in the audits? 3. Do you have remediation plans to address deficiencies? 4. Are there policies and procedures relevant to the annual HIPAA privacy, security, and breach notifications? 5. Have your third-party vendors and business associates been identified? 6. Are there defined processes for incidents and breaches? So now let's talk through some ways in which you can help fight back within your organization. The first place is with your people. A good place to start there is with user awareness training. When it comes to your employees, increasing knowledge with security awareness training is one of the most effective ways to reduce your cybersecurity risk. Training should be fun and interactive. Look at making training videos short and frequent, as in every month if possible. We have all taken the yearly required trainings where most employees skip through and don't pay attention. Try making the training relevant and humorous. This is especially true with phishing simulations and testing. Try to incorporate real-life email examples that you've seen enter your organization. The next step is developing metrics that go beyond employee click rate and start looking at risk scoring that accounts for employee sentiment and knowledge. This will allow you to benchmark and see organizational trends to identify areas of improvement. In addition, train your users on how to report suspicious emails. Do you have a clear and effective way for reporting and then responding back to those employees, thereby closing the loop with that employee? In a Mimecast study, we found that users are 3 times more likely to click on malicious links since the pandemic, yet only 1 in 5 organizations provide ongoing training. When it comes to processes, it's important to consistently review your current procedures and policies, but also be ready to adapt as your environment changes and new threats evolve. Take a look at your bring your own device plans, especially as most of our employees are remote or hybrid. Recently, I heard of a story where a company had an incident because an employee was allowing their child to use their work laptop to play games and watch videos after work hours. It just so happened that employee was the CFO. Imagine the documents and information on that machine. Having policies is one thing, but enforcing the policies is another. Ensure that you are requiring strong, complex passwords with frequent rotations, combined with multi-factor authentication, and that you are also monitoring and auditing your own access logs to servers, devices, and other assets as part of your business. Specifically, have incident response plans ready, but also test and update these plans frequently. Run through tabletop simulations and make sure to involve other departments such as legal, finance, HR, and marketing. I can't put enough emphasis on involving other teams, because when an organization is going through a ransomware attack or a breach, this could save your organization brand and monetary damage. Ransomware has evolved into what we call double extortion attacks, where not only is the criminal gang encrypting your data, but also threatening to publish the data online for public embarrassment and brand reputation damage. We've seen this recently with police departments and other tech giants in the United States. Start thinking about risk and how it relates to business impact. With these incident response plans or playbooks, make sure you account for all external entities you will have to communicate with as well. Could be cyber insurers, law enforcement, third-party counsel, and or digital forensics firms. One of the biggest questions that must be answered is, do you pay the ransom or not? Over 52% of organizations in our study ended up paying the ransom, but only a third ever recovered their data. Paying the ransom does not guarantee you will recover all your data, and even if you do, it does not guarantee that your data has not been tampered with. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies recommend never paying the ransom, but that's easier said than done. We've also seen instances where organizations have been hit, paid, and then were hit again. Paying could potentially place a target on your back, but when human life is at risk, healthcare organizations must give serious consideration to this option. Now, specifically with backups, the advice I always give is that your backups are your most important defense against ransomware. At the same time, backups should be regarded as the last line of defense, not the first. After all, it's better to prevent a ransomware infection from happening in the first place than to have to restore your backups in response to an infection that has already occurred. First, keep an offline backup. This will act as a stopgap. If the backup is disconnected from the system, ransomware cannot technically touch it, even if this is removable media. Or invest in a technology provider that can perform these backups for you. Second, keep an active sync and archive of emails, messages, and other communications. This is not only a compliance requirement for some organizations, but it also enables your HR and legal teams in the event of a breach. The backup software should be able to restore the data to its state just before the infection happened. Maintain a sufficient amount of recovery points, which can be automated and immutable. Third, up the frequency. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or even an hour, whatever works for your organization. Invest in automation with your technology. Look at integrating technologies, ensuring your systems work together. This can ultimately save time when responding to incidents, but also enrich your data. Hackers are leveraging a lot of automation, and so it's crucial we do as well. Mimecast can help protect from ransomware, but cannot solve the problem alone. And if any vendor claims they can, challenge them on it. Here's why ransomware is so complex. The complexity is high because ransomware attacks start in many different ways. They might not actually start as a ransomware attack. A threat actor might infiltrate an organization's defenses for another reason, such as to steal data or even just for fun. Once done, if during the attack they compromise a computer or other IT system, they can now sell the access to a ransomware threat actor. Similarly, some threat actors will steal credentials or compromise devices not to launch the ransomware attack themselves, but to instead sell it to other ransomware actors. Some ransomware threat actors use email as the mechanism for first incursion. These are typically opportunistic attacks using, for example, Strictdoor or TeslaCrypt. Ransomware as a service threat actors use more complex attacks, like port scanning to look for vulnerable IT systems, or password stuffing using remote access protocols. The goal is always the same, to try and compromise credentials, computers, or other IT systems and gain a foothold inside the organization. It's not getting easier. Complexity is increasing and threats continue to evolve. The number of ransomware threat actors is growing rapidly. Last October, we were tracking 15 main groups. Now we have lost count. They often go quiet while they are writing new code to evolve the attack. This complexity means that no single security control can form a ransomware defense, and no single vendor can solve this problem. Mimecast, however, is well placed to help with much of the problem using the MimeOS platform as an enabler for your security ecosystem. Let's look at which Mimecast services can help. In preparation for attack, awareness training strengthens your last line of defense, your users, and helps them spot potential threats. Here's where we can help when the attack is in progress. First, email security with targeted threat protection. Email is the #1 attack vector, and as we have seen, attacks start with email and later become a ransomware play. Therefore, you must deploy the best possible defenses to block all email attacks. And of course, we've seen some opportunistic ransomware attacks that don't necessarily start with email. Browser isolation is a key ransomware defense. Any drive-by downloaded ransomware is executed and contained in a remote browser. Email continuity lets you keep the most important business communications tool running during an attack. When hit by a ransomware attack, you will likely want to limit or restrict access to certain applications to prevent the attack from proliferating. For example, malware will often copy itself to every contact in a user's email address book. Email continuity provides uninterrupted email access to send or receive if you've been forced to take your email offline to prevent the attack from spreading. Internal Email Protect helps both during and post-attack. During any attack, it can help identify compromised email accounts that are being used to spread email threats laterally throughout your organization. And then once the attack is contained, we're able to find and remove every instance of the malicious email across your environment. This is especially useful with those opportunistic attacks that start with email. Finally, Sync and Recover allows you to restore emails or complete inboxes. This is all underpinned with the MimeOS platform, our threat intel, open APIs, and pre-built integrations. You can leverage our ecosystem partners for consistent protection through bilateral threat sharing across the perimeter, endpoint, and cloud security. You can also get visibility and control for incident response, coupled with remediation capabilities across all security platforms. For example, using Exabeam XDR. To wrap up, we can help protect against some aspects of ransomware, but we will never claim to be able to do more than what we can. What makes us uniquely positioned to help is the power of the platform. Thank you.
All right. Great presentation, Fred. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we take those questions, I've just brought up this poll question for everyone out there. We want to get your feedback on the Mimecast solution, what additional information and follow-up you would like. So we appreciate your participation in that poll. Fred, you ready for some questions?
I am.
Awesome. All right. Let's see. First question that came in here, they're asking, does Mimecast have any solutions that can proactively help to fight attacks?
Yes. So we have two solutions that come to mind. First is our brand exploit protection solution, and it is a managed service that's offered by Mimecast. And we partner with you to upload all of your company's websites into a portal. And we watch your website for malicious traffic. So if someone were to stand up a lookalike domain and attempt to send email as you, we will partner with you to have that website taken down. I'm sure some of the people in the audience listening have had to have some websites taken down. And quite often it involves dealing with attorneys and with content providers, and it can get really messy. But at Mimecast, we have an extended network of partnerships, and we can have those websites taken down in a very short period of time.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, I know that could help a lot of companies out there. Another question here, they're asking, does Mimecast have any integrations that encourage employee engagement?
Yes. So recently we deployed a solution called CyberGraph, And CyberGraph is an integration that goes into the email client. And so it engages the employee and it asks them about the status of the email. And it's not a static banner that people are used to seeing where it says external or suspicious or something like that. It's a dynamic banner. So if your organization has not received an email from a particular organization before, a particular domain, it flags it. And it says, hey, Joe Blow, have you received an email from this organization? And then the person can say yes or no, or mark it as safe or unsafe. And then you also leverage the entire intelligence of our grid. So if it's marked as malicious and found to be malicious by our SOC, it's marked malicious for the entire grid.
Nice. I like that. Let's see. Another question here. They want to know, what can you tell us about your security awareness platform?
Yeah, our security awareness platform is very highly produced. We even have some people that have worked with Saturday Night Live. We focus on micro trainings, so little lessons that are about 3 to 5 minutes long. Items that are covered include CCPA, HIPAA, just endpoint security, where you physically should store it, that sort of thing. It includes our organizational risk scoring, and it plugs into an overall threat remediation score, or your threat score of your environment that's within the secure email gateway. And so each platform has the ability to use emails that have come to your environment that have been marked as phishing emails, and we're able to defang those things and use them as training emails. So who can make a better phishing email than a hacker himself?
That's very cool. I like that, taking actual phishing emails and then using them to train everyone on. So very creative. Well, I know we're starting to run out of time here in our live Q&A. I mean, the thing I like about Mimecast is it's not just one solution. You all have a lot of tools in your toolbox there. If folks want to get started with Mimecast, what do you recommend?
I recommend just reaching out to us on our website, taking a look at some of the white papers that we have available, and we'd be more than happy to do a demo and presentation for you.
Excellent. All right. Well, great presentation, Fred. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you.
And thank you to Mimecast, of course, for being on the EcoCast today as well. Check out the handout. It's there in your audience console entitled Reducing Security Risk for Healthcare Organizations from Mimecast. All right. And if you haven't answered the poll question yet, we appreciate your response on that. I'll leave it up again while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This one's going out to Brandon Holbrook from Utah. Congratulations, Brandon Holbrook from Utah. Still another $500 gift card to give out on the event today. And we also have our best question prizes as well, so don't forget about those. And with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter on the EcoCast today. Welcome, Andrew Mundell, Principal Sales Engineer at Sophos. Andrew, are you there?
I'm here. How are you doing?
Doing great, Andrew. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much. And hi, everybody. Thanks for spending the next 20 minutes with me here. I don't think it'll be too much of a surprise that we're going to definitely be talking a little bit about ransomware coming up as well. But the main focus was really around this idea of threat hunting. What does it mean to threat hunt in the modern threat landscape with how attackers are evolving their techniques? I did want to start with just a little bit of context about ransomware, specifically for the healthcare sector. We recently published a report delving into some really interesting data points for ransomware throughout healthcare. And I just have a few slides here. I wanted to pick a couple of these. I think on this slide, what we're seeing is that a third of organizations were impacted by ransomware, and nearly half weren't, but are planning to. Very happy for that remaining quarter who don't expect that they're going to be hit by ransomware at all. So that's a surprisingly low number, a real element of confidence there. So what we can see is there's a lot of organizations that are planning and are expecting more ransomware attacks through 2022 and beyond. The encryption part is obviously one element of ransomware. We're definitely seeing quite a pivot into the attackers not only encrypting files, but before they do that, stealing data and using that as a possible secondary ransom level. The idea of being able to extort organizations not just to return access to files, but to stop the publishing of some of that data that was stolen. And right now, that's a relatively low number. You can see around 7% of organizations reported that they didn't have any data encrypted, but they were still held to ransom. And lastly, I think this one's super interesting. The stats, as we compare the healthcare sector to the rest of the organizations in a wider survey that we had, and across those three kind of key questions, we are seeing healthcare typically suffering worse. We're seeing higher rates of encryption succeeding, lower rates of stopping the encryption process. So with that, what I wanted to do, once we've got a bit of context about some of the threats, was really move over and talk a bit about the techniques that attackers are evolving into. And one of the things that we've seen attackers really start to do through 2021 was change their techniques, but also focus on some easy targets. And I've just broken this down into three main areas. And the first is gaps in coverage. Now, what do we mean here by gaps in coverage? Unfortunately, once an attacker has found their way onto a corporate network, they are really good at finding systems with no protection or potentially just too little protection. So it's incredibly easy for those attackers, often, unfortunately, easier for them than it is as IT organizations to be able to track down those devices. And of course, if a system isn't reporting into your threat protection platform, it may not be authenticating against other systems, and it's an easy target to either be breached initially or potentially as a beachhead for further activity. We've seen many organizations creating exclusions and scanning exclusions, essentially creating their own blind spots. And typically there's a couple of reasons for that. One is those are requirements that are coming in from third-party vendors, hardware or software. And we hear a lot about this in the medical devices space. Of course, if your medical device provider is saying, in order for this device to be fully supported, it requires these particular exclusions, we fully understand that the only thing you can do is create those exclusions. But sometimes there can be some just workflow problems there as well. Maybe some exclusions are being generated for testing or for troubleshooting purposes, and they're being left there. These exclusions are blind spots. They are holes in both prevention, but potentially from detection as well. And the third piece I'll mention here is kind of this really scary name, this idea of evading EDR. Are the attackers really evading EDR? And when I first started thinking about what does it mean to evade EDR, my first thought was using some clever code to actually break the application on the system, make it so that I can carry out those nefarious activities without being stopped or being monitored. And it turns out those things are largely pretty impractical. We occasionally see some real code out there as proof of concept, but it's never actually something that's widely used. Instead, what the attackers are doing is they're starting to, what's been known in the industry now as they're living off the land. They're using legitimate applications that are already deployed or are very difficult to block. They're using things like PowerShell and Microsoft Remote Desktop and other remote access applications instead of potentially deploying their own command and control infrastructure once they've established that beachhead. So inside of the platform, there are a number of things that you can do proactively, and these are really important. I'll go through these quite quickly. One of the things that we think is really important to help address those gaps in coverage is to use the presence of your threat protection agent as a requirement for network access, and not just kind of across the LAN for east-west traffic for potentially systems that are trying to access sensitive corporate applications, but also for things from the outside. So when we are accessing applications, we really want to make sure not just that we're jumping straight onto a VPN or we're doing some clientless or some ZTNA type of access. We want to make sure we are assessing that those devices are managed, and therefore we have the best chance of detecting and preventing any malicious activity. Second, when it comes to scanning exclusions, we definitely understand that there are some exclusions which need to stay there. We think it's really important, though, to understand what your vendor needs from those exclusions. There are often lots of different types of exclusions. Just excluding files, excluding processes, excluding certain applications from malicious behavior monitoring. Make sure that you're not just excluding these things from everything, but that you're being as specific as possible. And then for the evasion of EDR piece, the majority of the clients out there will have some kind of tamper protection that gives you a hardening capability. We definitely recommend having that turned on. And kind of some of the classics. Check that it's updated. Check that where possible, you're assessing and tracking the health status of those endpoints, and you have a way of identifying should a system fall into an unhealthy state with its EDR agent. But lastly, take advantage of things like application control or application allow listing, where you're able to define the applications that should or should not run across your systems. If your users don't need PowerShell or AnyDesk installed or any of these other kind of legitimate but abused applications, we can go ahead and recommend proactively disabling those. And now that we've done all that we can proactively inside of the platforms, well, it really is time to threat hunt now. And we want to look at the three different broad types of threat hunts that we can do. And I've broken these three into two different categories. The first category is reactive. We call them signals. This is when there's some sort of signal and we need to react to that signal. Now, that often starts with third-party threat intel. That is typically IOCs, indicators of compromise, the hashes of files or the IP addresses of potentially malicious systems out there on the internet. We strongly believe that the initial triage of these third-party threat feeds should absolutely be automatic. And the reason for that is that the majority of these are going to be things which are already proactively blocked by a good, up-to-date threat protection agent. They also don't always account for things like polymorphic applications. So we want to rely on automation to do that initial triage. We don't need a human being grabbing a list of hashes and dropping them into a platform and running a search. We really want to automate that searching And in the event of a signal being detected, we want to further that automation by enriching that with some initial context in a bundle that can then be given to an analyst to start that threat hunt from that step. Observed activities. This is really one of the really interesting pieces that's coming out of a lot of the EDR platforms. This is where the platforms are identifying for you activity which has not gone far enough to be convicted as being malicious. And this is kind of an interesting catch area for some of those living off of the land activities. So this can be things like PowerShell, downloading content from the internet. That by itself is not a malicious activity, but it might be something that you want to be made aware of. Often these observed activities are mapped over to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, so you can use that to carry out threat-based hunts and threat-based security mapping. I think that these typically have a higher value than those IOCs. These are actual observations, actual things that have been seen in your environment. And it's important as you triage these to refine the detection logic that generated these activities in the first place. What we really want to make sure is that we'll use the PowerShell example. PowerShell downloading things from the internet. If there is a legitimate URL, and by legitimate here, what I really mean is a URL that you own. We don't really want to start just trusting any URL out there, but if it's a URL you own, if it's an internal URL, that's a great way of adding some suppression and just reducing that signal to noise ratio. The third type, though, this proactive thing that we're calling a leadless threat hunt, this is, for me, the most interesting threat hunting concept. And one of the reasons for that is these start off as hypotheses. They start off as thought experiments by an experienced threat hunter. And you'll notice that these are not reactive. These are proactive. These are the threat hunter, that analyst, modeling and coming up with, based off of their knowledge and what they're seeing in the real world, concepts that an attacker might use. Now, one downside to generating these and carrying out this type of leadless threat hunt is they do tend to have a low true positive rate, because you're looking for this new concept of activity. And it's really important to run through an iterative process. And this is our threat hunting process that we want to go through whenever we're looking at these leadless hunts. I mentioned it starts with that hypothesis, but there is a loop. So you loop through testing that initial hypothesis, analyzing some of the data, enriching that data, potentially with intel from third parties, or just by further refining it. And you loop through that until what we're really looking for is to generate one of these signals. We want to turn a leadless threat hunt into a lead-driven threat hunt. And if we determine that that's a valid threat, we can go ahead and build automation for the prevention of that threat proactively. If not, we can keep on refining it so that we can enhance those detections. And what we mean by enhanced detections there is we can further keep filtering out some of the unwanted noise so that we are just getting that signal data. So bringing it back to those three things that we started off by thinking about: the gaps in coverage, the scanning exclusions, and the evasion of EDR. What would some leadless threat hunts look like that could start us on a journey of addressing some of those concerns? For gaps in coverage, one of the interesting things that you might think about is, well, I'm concerned about files being written to my systems from remote devices that don't have my threat protection agent on them. That would be a really interesting leadless hunt to work out. We talked about scanning exclusions. And what you could do here is say, I'm curious about the child processes. I'm curious about other applications that are being launched by apps that I've had to exclude because my vendor requires it. That's a really lightweight way of looking at some of the activity and understanding whether those might be vulnerable and being attacked. And then lastly, for the evasion of EDR, you can start to build up detection data for the presence or the installation of new applications. And you can start to baseline that against your standard builds to really understand, on this system, I'm not proactively blocking AnyDesk, for instance, but it just popped up. Is that something that I should be concerned about? So that's our process for threat hunting. We're iterating through those loops, and we're looking to build out those theories, those thought experiments into leads that we can then carry out and investigate. I mentioned that we recently published a healthcare-specific ransomware report, and I wanted to share some of the recommendations from that. I'll just talk about the middle two here, vertically speaking. It's obviously really important that we make backups, but it's also really important to test those backups. We saw that less than 60% of attacked organizations were actually able to recover all of their data using the decryption processes given to them by the attackers if they had paid the ransom. So a lot of the time you will still be reliant on backups as a method of getting your data back. And then using humans and technology. It's really important to obviously have the best proactive prevention that you can. And what that means is the highest true positive rate and the lowest false positive rate. But as we've talked a little bit about today, you really need a human to work those gaps, to understand the environment and to carry out those proactive threat hunts, as well as dealing with some of the reactions to the living off of the land type of detections. And before I wrap up, I wanted to share a link here. Hopefully this is going to be clickable. Dan Schiappa, our Chief Product Officer, shared a really interesting article over on Healthcare Drive. Love for you all to check that out. We had 6 recommendations. This one has 5. There's obviously a little bit of overlap, but really focusing in on his thoughts around how the healthcare industry can protect itself from what unfortunately is this looming, this rising threat of ransomware. So that is everything that I wanted to cover today. I want to thank everybody for their time. And David, back over to you.
Great presentation. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you, Andrew, and while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about Sophos? And so let's go ahead and kick off our Q&A now. If you have a question, now's the time to get it in. Don't forget about our best question prize. If something's on your mind, maybe you're not quite sure if you should ask it. But first question I'll start with here. They want to know, how can we best protect devices that have to be in publicly accessible areas? Any tips on that?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. I would definitely recommend taking advantage of as many of those proactive kind of capabilities in your threat protection agent as possible. So inside of the Sophos platform, if you'll forgive me for talking specifically about it for a second, there's a couple of things. Application control is the method that we use for denying access to applications. There's also something like device control, and obviously these are common features across the vendor landscape, so I definitely recommend checking those out. Device control will let you control the physical access to systems like storage and removable media and wireless networking, so you can really lock down and be very specific about what can be connected and what can execute. And obviously the normal raft of recommendations about multi-factor authentication being critical in that kind of environment.
Absolutely, yeah. That's an interesting challenge, and I'm glad that you all have some solutions for that. Another question here, can you explain the MITRE attack framework a little bit more to us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been something that's been coming a bit more to the forefront over the past few years. So there's an independent organization called MITRE, and they put together this concept of an enterprise attack framework. I think of it as kind of the evolution of the OSI model. So we have the OSI model for networking, that it's this model that helps us understand how a networking stack works. Think of MITRE attack as the OSI equivalent model for malware and bad actors. It's a great way of assessing your readiness and your posture against not only some of the very specific examples that they have, but one of my favorite things that MITRE do is they actually use real world APT actor examples. So they're not just saying, you know, I used an example earlier of PowerShell connecting to the internet. There'll be more specific examples of PowerShell running this kind of command, and then they'll actually give you some references about the attack campaigns and the bad actors who typically exhibit that behavior. So great resource for really helping map out and assess your posture across that entire model of an attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it sounds like a really good resource to help understand how all of this fits together and how all these attacks might be possible, and of course, how to prevent them. So next question, they want to know, do I need to worry if my cyber insurance carrier will pay the ransom and get me all the files back? What do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We're starting to verge a little bit into philosophy, which is always a little bit tricky. Our strong recommendation at Sophos is not to pay the ransom. There's some reasons behind that. The largest reason being you're funding the criminals. You are encouraging the criminals. That's part one. But part two is we've seen you are unlikely to get all of your data back. And that's ultimately the biggest reason to do that is because we have this thought that, well, I'll just get all my data back and we'll get back to business as soon as possible. So we think that second part is a little bit of a fallacy. And I think the law enforcement organizations typically recommend not paying them as well. And we certainly stand with that recommendation.
Excellent. Yeah, it would be ideal to not have to pay. Does Sophos, next question, does Sophos have any immediate tools or services if our organization has been hit with an attack?
We do. We have an incident response service, which is able to be called into action, able to mobilize in an incredibly short amount of time. We'll make sure that the URL and the phone numbers for accessing that are in the handouts. It's a really important service for us. We hope you never need it, but we're there if you do.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. That sounds like a great resource because I think, so often just think we're not going to get hit, but we need to know what to do when we are hit and to have a plan. So, and then another question, what about additional resources for those out there who need more training on threat hunting?
I often joke that I'm not a threat hunter. I just get to play one here on webinars. So I love to talk about some of the ways that you can implement threat hunts inside of the Sophos platform, but we've kept shy a little bit of going forward with official threat hunt training. There are some fantastic organizations out there. We've certainly worked with SANS in the past, who are a great organization. I always personally recommend their training. They've got lots and lots of training that covers all aspects, obviously, of cybersecurity, but specifically some fantastic threat hunting content as well.
Excellent. All right. Well, Andrew, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session. There's some more technical questions for you here in the queue we didn't get time to respond to. We'll be routing those over to you electronically. But really excellent presentation. It's always a pleasure to have you on the EcoCast. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
And thank you to everyone out there in the audience who asked those great questions. And, of course, thank you to those who responded to the poll. I will leave that up while I announce our final prize winner. And I also want to encourage everyone to check out the handout in the Handouts tab from Sophos. It is the State of Ransomware in Healthcare 2021. It's a really well-done report. I'm sure you'll want to download that, share it with your friends and IT colleagues there, share it with your executives in your healthcare IT organization. And it might be a great resource to help justify some additional security budget and resource experts as well. So this final gift card is going out to David Weaver from Massachusetts. Congratulations, David Weaver from Massachusetts. I will post all the prize winners' names there in the questions pane. Doing that now. If you haven't answered the poll question, we do appreciate your feedback on that. Because we're moving on now, I do want to remind everyone to check out the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming megacast or EcoCast who happens to be listening to this event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We would love to chat about having you on an upcoming EcoCast or megacast. Of course, before you go, don't forget about the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's there in the Handouts tab. Click on the link to that, or just go to gorilla.guide in your web browser. Yes, that is a real URL, gorilla.guide. If you drop that in your web browser, that'll take you to the book club. You can download your free educational IT books there. And I hope to see you tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow is our Enhancing Data Protection, Disaster Recovery as a Service, and Disaster Recovery Capabilities megacast event. It's going to be a really big show. You're going to learn a lot. There's going to be some awesome prizes, as we always have on the megacast, so I hope to see you there. Before you go, after the event, you will be automatically redirected here to our Refer a Friend page. This is where you can refer your IT friends or coworkers to upcoming ActualTech Media events, and you both could win an Amazon $300 gift card. You will be automatically redirected there after the event. And, of course, we appreciate your participation in that, sharing the word about what we're doing here to help educate the world about enterprise IT solutions that can help to solve your technology challenges. So thank you to everyone who joined us on the EcoCast today, exploring modern healthcare IT solutions. I hope that you learned a lot, and I hope you have a great day. See you next time. Bye-bye.